second here.
Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't be walking around with your beer.
I don't know why I don't have the beer.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us.
Just don't.
We are mute your phones so that we don't have a lot of background noise. We like to run these meetings where you have control of your mute button instead of us, so that when it's time for you to speak and we can recognize you, you can speak right up. Please use the chat box if you would like to speak, or click raise your hand behind the participant button, or email board@canyonlakepoa.com, Harmony monitors that. If you would like to talk, if you're on Facebook, you can also email board@canyonlakepoa.com. Let us know that you would let us know by then your email message, and we will read it to everyone. We have both board action items and discussion items that will allow comments and questions tonight. That's how we run our board. We're very interested in your opinions. We also have a public comment period after we have our action items and our discussion items. We are listening, and we really encourage you to pay close attention to our communication to you through the Friday news, the email alerts, and the future meetings, and our board agenda packages for answers. We do ask each of you to be mindful of the time when you have an opportunity to speak. Limit yourself to 3 minutes per comment. By Davis Sterling rules, we can't accept modifications to our agenda. Any future requests for topics during the public comment period are things that we'll get on our schedule and we will deal with in the future. I had commented to many of you and commented last time that we were going to have a discussion tonight about political flags and signs. But I wanted to wait. I decided to wait. This is my decision. Decided to wait until the political process has a chance to settle down and resolve itself. It's an important issue. And if I do want to talk about that, we will. There's no cover up here. We will talk about that, but we're going to wait until things settle down. Usually at this moment, we approve our minutes, but we're unable to get the minutes done. It's been a very short period of time between the last meeting and this meeting, and so they're not available. They will be available next month. I'd also like to mention that on the agenda, there are 2 items where we're going to approve 28-day readings. I believe these are items 7.1 and 7.2. I realized today that we haven't had 28 days between the last meeting, so we will be able to entertain any comments or discussion on those items, but we won't be voting to approve those tonight. Okay, at this point, we'd like to entertain any public official comments. Darcy, are you on board?
I am. Thank you, President Poland. I just have a few items. Last week at our Board of Directors meeting at Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District, we voted as a board to defer any rate increase consideration until April 1st. If you recall, that rate increase was supposed to go into effect July 1st, but based on COVID and other circumstances, we have determined that we will postpone that increase until April 1st. We also finalized an agreement with Western Municipal Water District where we actually bought capacity in the Mills gravity line, which basically means we bought some long-term reliability into the region. So it's space that we can move water as we purchase it, and it's not something that normally we lease that space, but this way it's ours, it's secured, and we're able to plan for growth in the long term. As part of that deal, we also made an arrangement to sell some water that we have in the San Bernardino area that we are unable to move down here to Western for $1 million a year, basically. And that's new money that we haven't had, and it's basically offsetting some costs for new pipelines using a stranded asset. We are going to start our strategic planning process in January, depending on what the circumstances are in meeting in person. We think it's really important to kick that off with a retreat of some kind and not a virtual retreat, so that may actually have to wait, depending on what the current restrictions are for meeting in person. The preliminary Canyon Lake treatment water plant survey and review from the engineering firm that we hired, Kennedy Jenks, should be available to the board next month. So then I'll be able to report to that either in January or in February, depending on when it's released to us. We've also entered into discussions with March Air Force Base. So for those of you that are following along or been reading the water log, you might be familiar with some contamination in the lake known as PFAS. And those are basically forever chemicals. You find them in everything from toothpaste to firefighting foam to Teflon pans to anything that's waterproofed, including clothing. Canyon Lake is the only surface water reservoir in the state of California so far that's had detection levels above the new recommended health guidance that the Division of Drinking Water has set out. And we traced that water contamination, we believe, to March Air Force Base. They have settled on some of those claims with other neighboring water districts, specifically Eastern Municipal Water District, but only in groundwater. So we're just now getting them to at least pay attention to the issues that we have in Canyon Lake. We are looking to sample in 43 locations in the watershed, starting at and working all the way down into Canyon Lake. So far, we've only been able to sample 14 of the 43, partly because it's dry. We need water in some of those areas in order to take a sample, and also other areas required permits, which we were in the process of getting. I wanted to mention that we met with Director Kameshian, and we had a wonderful discussion about recycled water and the water recycling system that we have here in Canyon Lake, how it gets here, what it's used for, and what some of the limitations are. So I really want to appreciate him for taking the time to come out and meet with us. It was very, very much appreciated. And I also know that Jeannie may have some updates for you based on the fish habitat discussion we had. We sent our assistant general manager to meet with that subcommittee, and it was reported back to me that that meeting went well. So hopefully Jeannie will have some good news to share with you for that. That's all I have this evening, unless anybody has any particular questions. Hearing none, I'm going to.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Darcy. Do we have anyone from the city that would like to speak? Or any other public officials? Okay, then I would like to move on. And in terms of presentations, while it's not listed there on your agenda, I wanted to make a few comments. I really do appreciate we having such a great number of folks on the Zoom call tonight. It looks like there's 100 or more. But I want to let you know a few things about this board. This board operates differently than boards have in the past. I can't speak that with a lot of credibility because I've only been here 6 years, but I have been on the board for 2 years now. This is my second year. We are really committed to transparency. We're committed to setting clear principles that we're going to follow and making that the base of our decision-making process. And Harmony, if you could post those principles for me, I would appreciate it. I think it's important that we just have a few minutes to look at these things. These principles were gone over in May during our orientation period. And at that time, we had long discussions about core values, purpose, vision, and goals. It's an important thing to do because as 5 people, we all come at this from different directions, have different ideas, and we need to settle on things that we judged were important for our community. These belong to our board, and I want you to understand them. Our board recognizes that we're in the midst of transition from a vacation and retirement community into a diverse suburban community in the middle of a growing region. We are not a vacation land way away from Los Angeles. We're growing out of that. We set core values for ourselves in that we're family oriented and we want a culture that matches the wide-ranging demographics. That term wide-ranging demographics is extremely important. We are a community of communities with lots of diverse interests, and we need to orient around our families as we address those issues. We want to maintain high quality standards. We want to support strong financials for stability. That's what the budget model is all about, is setting the course for how to talk about our financials and for our stability. We want to enhance our unique identity. We are perhaps the only place like ourselves. We're the largest, we are the most diverse, and we're the oldest of HOAs and POAs, best we can tell. We're very unique, and we want to keep that uniqueness. We're accepting and open to diversity. We treat everyone with respect. I think this is extremely important, respect, and we're focused on continuous improvement to enhance our services and our community. Our purpose, I don't see our purpose on the screen there, but our purpose is through exceptional community services and business processes, we will preserve and enhance the peaceful enjoyment of our property. We'll preserve our property. We'll protect our property values. We'll preserve and protect the commonly owned facilities, our POA facilities. We'll promote the recreation, benefit, and enjoyment of the homeowners. That's our goal. And we'll enhance the quality of life and sense of community. I hope these resonate with you, because these are the things that we believe our community needs and what guides our decision making. We set a vision of a future-oriented that sets our future and our aspirations for the future. It's a simple statement. We say, through stability and collaborative leadership and management, we aspire to become one united, sought-after resort-style community for permanent residents. We're doing this for ourselves, for our permanent residents, that respects and meets the expectations of a diverse membership through enhanced amenities and increased property values. That's what our vision is. And our goals were about streamlining our administrative operations, expanding our communications, and I hope that you take advantage of that expanded communication through our website, through our newsletters, through these board meetings and the agenda packages that are filled with information. We wanted to refine the process for developing our annual budget so it was done in a thoughtful and transparent manner, and that's what we're headed toward. We're implementing designated projects in a streamlined manner, and we're working hard for the board and the general manager to work as a fully integrated team driven by collaboration, efficiency, and trust. We are a well thought through organization, and we are moving in a direction to benefit the entire community. I felt very strongly, especially since I have a strong suspicion why many of you are here, that we needed to look back and remember who we are and where this board is taking you. These are our vision statements. These are our goals. These are our purpose, the things that I hope that you can resonate with. Okay, I'd like to move on in our agenda then to the announcements.
Could I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
I need to let everybody know that our Zoom meeting is set up for 100 participants. And since the start of the meeting, we've been maxed out at 100 participants. And people will not be able to join the meeting unless someone leaves. Right now we have 100 people on Zoom, which is our max capacity, and another 65 on Facebook. We're going to do our best to monitor chat here on Zoom and also on Facebook. If somebody makes a comment that is unique and hasn't been made by someone else, we'll try to get to that on Facebook, but I just want to let you know that the system isn't broken. We're just maxed out right now. Thank you.
I am very impressed. I appreciate that very much. I know that I've attended meetings with hundreds of people on them on Zoom. It's possible. Certainly not what we expected tonight, and we'll be looking into that so this doesn't happen again.
When we set a template for our board meetings, we didn't expect 100 people.
Okay, I'd like to move on to our announcements. The January meetings are going to be moved to January 12th. That's to give us sufficient time to put our board packages together and still respect the time that we all want to spend with our families and our friends over the holidays. So our next meeting will be on Tuesday, January 12th. Okay, I'd like to move on to the consent agenda. Directors, is there anything on the consent agenda that you'd like to have pulled? Be sure to unmute yourself if you have something to say. I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second to adopt our consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Board action items. All of these things, all of these action items that we have will be presented. And then we will have member comments, an opportunity for you to make comments. As I said, please let us know when you'd like to make your comments. Don't interrupt other people that are talking. And then we'll have board comments and discussion afterwards and motions of what we do. I just want to say that under the Davis-Sterling rules, the rules of the state of California, like it or not, this group of 5 people can only talk in front of you. And we're good at that. We honor that commitment. There are no secret meetings. There are no secret conversations. The 5 of us have to communicate with each other on these topics and all other topics in front of you and in public view. So that's what we're doing. That's why there has to be a time for the directors to speak, because we have no other opportunity. I had one person call me today and ask me what the sense of the board was on an issue, and I said, I have no idea, because I haven't talked to anybody I haven't talked to the whole gathering of people about this. We are allowed to talk one-on-one, but not in sequential conversation. So anyway, let's move forward. The first 2 items, 7.1 and 7.2, as I mentioned, are 28-day rules that we had expected to approve tonight, but it hasn't been 28 days. So I'd be very happy to entertain any comments that you have. First up, about 7.1, that's the rule about no trailer parking after sunset. Any comments on that?
Yes, I have a comment on that.
Okay, please speak up. Would you please introduce yourself and give us your track and lot?
My name is Ryan Perkle, 0718372. 3718072. I'm sorry. And I think that a good topic of conversation would be a good time to talk about all these issues when more than 100 people can be present. I think that this discussion should be tabled until a meeting of all the people that live in the community can be available to discuss this situation, in my opinion.
Now, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you referring specifically to Rule 5.5C, or are you referring to the 3 other parking issues that we have on the agenda?
I'm referring to all the parking situations that are on the table.
Okay, I appreciate your comment. I would like to remind everyone that we've got to keep this meeting orderly, and we've got to stay on our agenda, because that's the only way we can communicate with one another. This particular issue has to do with parking trailers overnight for utility trailers and other similar vehicles, but that has nothing to do with recreational vehicles, fifth wheels, camping trailers, and it's a situation that was brought to us. So any comments on this particular rule?
Just so I understand. Oh, sorry. I did raise my hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Renee, I don't want to take your place.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Diane.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Diane. And I just wanted to understand what you meant by trailers more. I'm not really familiar with them. So let's say a friend came to visit and they have a boat and they were going to park on the road. I don't even know if you can do that or not, but is that the type of vehicle or trailer you're talking about?
No, for this particular rule, it says no trailers including but not limited to horse trailers, utility trailers, and any other similar vehicle may be parked on the street between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. unless the trailer is actively being used to provide a service. It also says a little bit later, this rule does not apply to recreational vehicles, fifth wheels, camping trailers, as noted above.
So is that a boat trailer? I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar with trailers.
I think that includes boat trailers.
Oh,
Corey,
I
are
see.
you online?
Crossed
Could you
something
help me with
out.
this, please?
Yes, yeah, I think since we have such a large group tonight, it might be helpful if I just read what the proposed revision was so that everybody is aware. So currently the rule is no trailer parking after sunset. What has been proposed is the following. No trailers, including but not limited to horse trailers, boat trailers, utility trailers, and any other similar vehicle may be parked on the street between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. unless a trailer is actively being used to provide a service. All trailers and any other similar vehicle must display reflectors on each side, must be attached to the tow vehicle, and must be parked in front of the owner's property. As previously stated, this rule does not apply to RVs, fifth wheels, and camping trailers. So that's a specific proposed revision to the rule that we're talking about tonight.
Hey, Corey, this is Scott Reedus at 3716 Lot 12. The only thing I'd like to see changed with that is it says between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. unless the trailer is actively being used to provide a service. I would like to see in there or receiving a service. If you own a trailer and you've got to fix something on it, the property owner should be allowed to fix the trailer or work on the trailer in front of their property.
And maybe people are doing like remodeling or something, and they have a trailer parked there. You know, who determines if something's a service or not?
Okay, we need to have comments. I think that those are a couple of great comments. We really don't want to get into a discussion. That's not what we're supposed to do. We've received the comments. I appreciate what you said about receiving a service, and the question about what is a service, that's something we're going to have to take into consideration. Thank you, Diane.
Okay,
can anybody hear me?
Brian Perkle again, and by the way, the law reads that if no trailer is to be parked on the street after sunset, and no trailer is to be parked on the street from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., you're telling me that no trailer is to be parked on the street at any time of the day, basically.
I think there's a misunderstanding there. Corey, would you clarify that, please?
Sure. Yeah, Ryan. So the current rule is that no trailers are allowed to be parked after sunset.
That is correct.
What this is talking about is changing that rule from basically doing away to 180. Instead of having them not being able to be parked after sunset, we're saying they would be able to be parked after sunset, but not between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. if this proposed rule change is approved.
Can anybody hear me? Because I keep trying to chime in on my cell phone here.
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is William Spencer. I live at track 3719221. And I agree with the first gentleman that this should absolutely be tabled until there's a forum that a lot of the community can participate in this discussion, because the reason why you have so many people on Zoom this evening is because of this issue.
Okay, I appreciate the comment. Next comment, please.
The only thing I want to go back to, sorry, and I'm 3716125.
Who's speaking now, please?
Diane, sorry. But
Diane,
like,
Diane, could you please wait until,
no, I just want to finish.
Please wait.
When you
well, they're going to have to mute you if you don't.
9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Don't a lot of like tree service people and different people, I mean, who's going to differentiate between someone saying, you know, oh, I didn't know, I just was supposed to come here, I'm doing an estate sale, I was picking something up, versus someone who has a truck that has their name on the back of it? I mean, is the people who go around in the trucks going to be enforcing this law, or is it neighbors telling on neighbors?
Thank you for, you're making a very good comment, and we've written it down. Thank you very much. We have to take that into consideration. Other comments, please.
President Poland, we have 5 hands. If I could go through the list.
Take them one at a time, please.
Okay, can we have Renee introduce herself?
Hello, this is Renee Griffiths. I apologize. I don't know my track and lot number off the top of my head. I do want to say just a couple things. I do agree earlier with the gentleman, since there are more people who are trying to attend who may have comments and can't be heard, as well as, and I already sent a private chat. The website states that tonight's meeting is at the holiday, at the lodge tonight. So you might even have people who are at the lodge trying to attend and then getting in onto Zoom late. So I just wanted to let you know that. I would think, Corey, I don't know how it would look, but what would be helpful is some sort of chart or graphic that shows, since there's so many rules being potentially changed or introduced as an option, if there's a way to break it out, because it was a very good point that you had stating that this would allow trailers to be parked overnight. And so I understand from the prior meetings the spirit of this, and maybe some chart could be helpful for people who are just more visual versus reading all these different rule changes. So that would be my only suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Who's next?
Daniel Hardcastle, if you could introduce yourself and state your track and lot.
Yes, Daniel Hardcastle, track 3804, lot 230. I agree it should be tabled. I believe the reason we have so many people online tonight is because of this and for the RV parking. The way this new rule reads means where before you could park your boat trailer carrying a boat if it was attached to your vehicle, now you're stating that you can't do that between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., which in this community, most people use their boats on the water. If you don't live on the water, then you obviously trailer it to and from. So if you have to trailer it, drop it off, where are you supposed to park your boat and trailer? Personally, my driveway is long enough, but I know a lot of people's aren't going to be, and we shouldn't be penalized by not being able to park on the streets that we have normally been able to.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Noted.
Fred Naha. Fred, if you're here, if you can unmute yourself and give your track and lot, please. Okay, we'll come back to him. We have Kat.
Hi, this is Kathy West, 3719283. To eliminate the trailers being parked overnight, I thought part of that was safety, to have trailers on the street at night so people don't hit them. I'm not understanding this between 9 and 5. I think this is poorly written. I think it needs to go back to the board for them to rewrite this. I don't agree with this. A lot of us have lived in the community for many years. Personally, we've been here over 11 years, and I know many people have been here more than 20. We signed into this community for the rules that were given with our CC&Rs, and we approved them in signing in and closing escrow here. And I don't think that this is a good enough reason for us to change this at this time through Zoom meetings when everyone cannot be heard.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Okay,
Next.
we have Mark Eaton.
Yes, hi, I'm Mark Eaton. We've been here just over a year. I'm very concerned about this, agree with the other participants that this needs to be tabled until we get everybody's vote in. I can tell you personally, I bought this particular house for an exact reason. One of the problems is we have to put our boat in the water, and when you come home, let's say it's dark and you come home, you know, parking it back in where I put it on my driveway, which I have a plenty long enough driveway, I leave it on till the next morning. I'm concerned, it says in service, and that my boat is not servicing anything, it's my boat. And I do leave it connected, as I understand the rule says, to leave it connected to your car. So while I'm new, and I'm sorry for my ignorance, I thought, and I had heard that this is about even parking on our driveways. And so I got very concerned about that, because why would I buy a house with 120 feet of concrete if I can't park my boat and my trailer, my RV on the side of my house, which is the reason we have. Otherwise, why would you have tons
Okay,
of concrete?
Mark, I'm sorry, but let me interrupt you. The discussion item that has to do with parking on driveways is really item 711. We're going to get to that, and so I do understand your concern about being able to park your boat trailer on the street. That does change. This does change that, and we've noted that. So I'd like to go on to the next comment. Thank you for your comment.
Okay, I appreciate it.
We'd like Fred Naha one more time. I don't have any other virtual hands raised.
Okay, very good. I'd like to move on to 7.2. And like I said, what we will do is take these comments, we'll go back and we'll deliberate and come back with a new 28-day reading because I think they've got some very good comments here, and we need to come back and have that conversation at our January meeting before we put this up, and the board will have to agree to go for a 28-day reading, which gives you another month before we go for an approval. So I'd like to go on to Rule Revision GR 5.5A.
Hey, Chris, just before you move on too fast,
agenda.
do you want any director comments at this point for this item, or just wait till next month?
No, Tom, thank you very much. I would be very happy to have director comments. So let's have director comments. Do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah. I got to agree with a lot of the people that are on tonight that this rule really doesn't make any sense. I think it's in conjunction with the next rule, which is about parking at nighttime and allowing that to happen when it doesn't currently. Looking at just this particular rule, though, the idea of why would we have a rule about not parking between 9 and 5 in the daytime? There is no answer. I think the only answer that I've been able to ascertain so far is just if we're going to let them park overnight, then we're just not going to let them park during the day because we don't want to put 24 hours continuously together of parking a trailer. So for that reason alone, it doesn't make sense. But then when you look at the context of the rule, it talks about how you have to park this in front of your property. In Canyon Lake, most people's property are somewhere on the order of about 60 feet across the frontage. You might have a little bit more if you're lucky, and many have less. If you're in a cul-de-sac, if you're in a flag lot, you have nothing. And the average trailer and car tied together is about 40 feet long. So most people are not going to be able to park anything in front of their house, even if this rule is passed, because they can't fit it in front of their property. So I think, like the member said, I think this really needs to be tabled and thought over a whole lot more before we move forward with anything.
Okay, appreciate your comments, Tom. Let me just remind everybody that it is tabled. We cannot do anything with this except talk about it. No action can be taken because we haven't had 28 days. So that's taken care of. The other thing is, I want to hear from the other directors, but I just want to respond, Tom, because this is our time to talk. This came up because we had members who, because of their particular work, came home in the early evening, had no place to park their truck and their piece of commercial equipment that they were towing behind it, and they wanted to be able to park in front of their house overnight. And they would leave in the morning and go back to work, and there would be no harm, no foul, they felt, because it really wouldn't impede the traffic that occurs overnight. The issue of impeding traffic during the day was the other side of this thing. If we have too much parking going on and all this, that it makes it a hazardous condition. I'm not arguing one way or another. I'm just pointing out that that's really where this came from. It came from a member request, and that's why we're having the conversation. So, Joe, do you want to jump in? I think you're on mute, Joe, if you're talking.
There we
Well,
go.
maybe Joe, there we go, okay.
I'm sorry. Chris, you pretty much stole my thunder. You covered the reasons behind and the motivation behind researching the rule and modifying the rule in place. And, you know, it seemed like a good thing at the time, and I think it still is a good thing. And we need to accommodate and consider people who have the issues of working trailers that need to be there. And then we also have to, you know, address the concerns of do we want trailers parked on the streets day and night and for extended periods of time? And this was our attempt at the solution to that. And if it doesn't fit the community, it doesn't fit the community. We'll find another way. But this is what we came up with, and I appreciate the comments. I really do. Your help.
Great. Jim?
I agree with Tom, and I think we just need to revisit this thing and get it right, because obviously you've got a lot of people watching tonight, and the intent was good, and missed some things, so I think we'll take care of it.
Jeannie?
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody understands too, it's not just the people that were coming home at night from work and didn't have a place to put their trailer, but it was also people coming back from the desert that had it wasn't an RV or a fifth wheel or a camping trailer, but they had a toy trailer, for example, on the back of their car. They were getting ticketed as well because it was a trailer. So it's not just addressing the people at work, it was addressing the people that would come home from the desert that had their toys in a little trailer that were getting tickets, so.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate those comments. Again, I'm sorry I didn't call on the directors before. I'd like to move on to.
I had one more comment. I'm track and lot 3863.
Please, okay,
I think a little clarification that might help is that we're currently discussing 7.1 on the agenda, which talks about the no trailer after sunset. I think a lot of us members are really here, of course, to discuss 7.1, but also 7.11, which is the parking of vehicles in our driveway and in our garages, which I think a lot of...
We're going to get to that. We will. I appreciate that. I said that. We're going to get to that. We've got an agenda. We're going to follow through with our agenda. So thank you for your comment, but we're going to march through this. It may be a long evening, but we're here to listen.
Of course, Chris.
I'd like to move on to 7.2. Corey, could you please give us an overview of 7.2?
Yes, yeah, I think it'll be helpful if I read through this. So over the last, this is talking about a proposed change to GR 5.5A, which has to do with RV parking on the street for more than 24 hours. So over the last several months, various community members and members of the appeals committee have expressed concerns regarding RV/trailer parking and the associated rules. Specific concerns include number one, the volume and length of time that RVs, trailers are being parked on the streets, difficulty driving when an RV has pop-outs extended into the streets, and general confusion on the definition of a trailer as it relates to this rule. So this proposed revision addresses these concerns and has the following change. Number one, the rule language is updated to clarify that the rule applies to RVs, fifth wheels, and camping trailers. Number two, the 48-hour pass option would be eliminated, and the rule changes to only allow temporary street parking of 24 hours for loading and unloading purposes. And then number three, the rule language is added to prohibit pop-outs extending into the street. So scrolling down to the proposed revision and how it would read, it would be GR 5.5A, no RV, fifth wheel, and camping trailer parking storage on streets for more than 24 hours. And it reads, RVs, fifth wheels, and camping trailers may not park on the streets for more than 24 hours at a time, and only to permit loading and unloading. In the event that pop-outs need to be extended, an RV may park opposite the direction of normal traffic to ensure that the pop-outs extend towards the property during daylight hours only. Pop-outs are not allowed to be extended toward the center of the road. All RVs, fifth wheels, and camping trailers must be parked in front of the owner's property.
Corey, could you clarify for me, please? There were a number of emails that we received, a number of posts on Facebook that talked about a 72-hour permission and not a 48-hour extension on 24 hours. Could you tell me what the 72 hours is about? Has there ever been 72 hours of permission?
Yes, so the current rule, Lynn or Harmony, if you can scroll up to the current rule. So currently, a member who needs more than 24 hours may go down to Bluebird and request an additional 48-hour pass. So that's how people are coming up with this 72 hours. We do limit that to two 48-hour permits in a 30-day period per vehicle.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that. I didn't quite read that sentence that way, but I understand that the 48-hour pass begins after the 24-hour pass expires. So
Chris, I think Corey can confirm this too. I think people might be referring to just the general long-term parking, and it's of any vehicle. I think that we have a rule that says that all vehicles parked in the streets must be moved within 72 hours.
Yes, that is correct. And as I understand, that will be something discussed in that 7.11 discussion item as well.
Okay, so Harmony, do we have any members with raised hands?
Yes, sir. I'll go down the list of virtual hands raised. There's also, I want to mention, several comments on our Facebook, but they're kind of scrolling by quickly, so we might have to address them at a later time. We have Jack Pierce.
Yes, Jack Pierce, 3718-156. I've been a resident since 2003, and I own a motorhome. I own a boat. I'm fortunate to live on the water. Yeah, I agree with the idea of the pop-outs. I've seen the pop-outs on the street side. That's not safe. But the idea of change, every time anything comes up, somebody has a bitch, they change the rules. We've got a rule in place for 48 hours. Why not implement it and get the patrol to do the job of enforcement? And then show some statistics, some data that says we've had this violation of 50 members each month. Then you've got something. But for, as you relayed to in the last part, Chris, you said one member came and had a complaint. We shouldn't change 5,000 lots because of one individual. Let's kind of think about this. I understand the pop-outs, but the ideas of changing anything else, let's enforce what we have, not completely revise everything every bloody time. Thank you.
Okay, Jack, thank you very much. Appreciate your comment, really do. Next.
Next we have Daniel Hardcastle.
Hey, Hardcastle, 3804-230. I also own an RV. I use my RV at least once a month. Prior to taking it out, we do plug in. I have a 50 amp plug on my house that I just recently had installed. We have to park on the street so we can still get our other vehicles in and out of the garage and out of the driveway. We park on the street to be able to cool down the refrigerator, cool down the RV prior to travel, which takes 24 hours for those that have RVs, especially in the hot summer months. You have to plug these things in, whether you have a 110 outlet or 30 or a 50 amp, you have to plug it in. To take it away from us to be able to park it on the street for 48 hours, I mean, I don't understand that rule. I do understand the pop-outs. I agree with that. It also says that you can park opposite the direction of travel to be able to put the pop-outs in your yard. That's agreeable. And I think, again, on the other issue is there's only 100 people allowed on here. And I think this, along with other things, is why we're at the 100 people limit. I think this should be tabled as well. Thank you.
Okay, just to repeat myself, it is tabled. Please understand that we can't take any action on this because it hasn't been 28 days. Next.
Daniel Hardcastle.
Just did, yes.
That was me. I just did.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Megan.
So what happens in 28 days?
So it's Ryan Perkle, and I'm under my wife's Zoom name, so I'm sorry, 3718072. Not only would you have to change another rule about parking opposite of traffic to be able to park your RV going the wrong way, because they do ticket for parking in the wrong direction. You would have to make another rule change in the direction of parking of a vehicle on the street. And another problem is because of the street that I live on, it's so small that there are so many driveways on my street that I cannot park a vehicle in front of my house. One side of my street is red and the other side of my street is not. So you have a full street of people trying to park on one side of the street. Therefore, that would be a problem for people who have trailers on the red side of the street, because they would never be able to park their trailer on their side of the street because the curb is red to put their pop-outs out. So that is a whole nother issue of things that aren't even discussed in this topic.
Thanks for bringing that up, Ryan. I appreciate it. Who's next, Harmony?
Garrett Granados.
Yeah, this is Garrett Granados, track 3868, lot 018. Something I think that should be addressed is some trailers and pop-outs have pop-outs on both sides. So just to say that you could park so the pop-out goes towards your house, if you're not familiar with it, you could think that the person's not going with the rule. Along with that, I've actually used that 48 rule before when I was in between storage units, where I had to wait 2 days before the next storage unit was available for my trailer. So if we got rid of that rule, I would have nowhere to take my trailer besides park it in some random parking lot somewhere and possibly have it stolen, which defeats the purpose of being a gated community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Eaton.
Next.
Hi again, Mark Eaton, lot 4001-045. We too have an RV, boats, and more. I agree with the other two gentlemen's comments because we do have pop-ups on both sides. I haven't had my RV here yet. We have it in a different location on the other side of the country. But the bottom line is what they're saying, changing all the rules to make sense. It does make sense, and maybe we should put cones or make different rules to put cones around pop-outs, pardon me. But the biggest issue is that you do need more than 24 hours. Now, I just realized that after reading through this and listening that you can, I guess after 24 hours, you can get another 48, but you do need more than 24 hours to get a rig ready to go on a long haul trip or to the, to the desert or wherever. So again, I'm going to just cut it here by saying I believe that there's probably more than, there are 5,000 lots. I didn't realize how many lots you have here. As I said, I'm new, a little over a year, but there's everybody I've talked to up until tonight is all complaining about these rule changes. So bottom line is I believe that you need to maybe get the whole area to put in comments about, and then come up with one idea based on, all your guys, living here for years and years, best options. Bottom line is one of the reasons I bought here was for exactly the reasons that we're all here complaining about. And that is because I loved seeing all the toys out. The speed limit is 35. Come on, if you can't drive safely around a pop out, then you shouldn't have a driver's license. The idea, I loved seeing all this. One of the reasons we bought here is because of it. So that's my piece. And I would love to have be a part of that big meeting because I think the rules as they are pretty darn good. One of the reasons we bought this place. Thank you.
Fred
You're welcome, Mark.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Fred Nalva, you were messaging. Were you able to get your microphone working? I should mention if you're on a cell phone and you had been muted at the beginning, you can press *6 at the end of our list here to speak up. We have someone on an iPad. There's no name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Ryan. I'm on my wife's iPad. I guess I got two questions. I want to know what happens after the 28 days. Are you guys just going to push this through, or because we're not going to be out of COVID restrictions, so we're going to be in this same exact position?
Only 100 people.
Okay, let me comment on that, Ryan. I hope I took a lot of time explaining how we do things and what this board is dedicated to do. There is no such thing as pushing this through. I hope everybody hears what I'm saying. I'm not making this stuff up. Now the second thing is,
I understand that.
If we
the fact that this is on the table, I feel like you don't even have a pulse of the community.
But would you let me speak, please?
Please.
If we were in the holiday bay room and we had 100 or 150 people, you would come to the table and you would speak one at a time. That's what you have to do. We would not be able to have a dialogue with you. We could ask questions. This is what we have to do under our rules. Rules go out for discussion and then for 28-day readings so that we can have these kinds of discussions. Because of COVID, we're trapped on Zoom. Because we have an outpouring to the community on an issue, we have more than the 100 we thought we would get. So we got to get that fixed. We'll get that fixed. This is our big meeting. You always have to speak one at a time.
So in the next 28 days, is everyone going to have to get back on here?
He's not answering the question. What happens after 28 days? You keep saying 28
Are we going to be in the
days.
same exact position was my question.
Here's the answer. Nothing can happen until the next board meeting, which is January 12th.
And then you guys
People
will
do-
vote for
So
it.
that's
when
why,
you don't
there's a
get to
reason I asked that question. I feel like it's just gonna, you guys are gonna keep bringing this up until nobody, until not enough people get on the calls, because people are busy. People have jobs.
How do you know that this isn't going to disappear?
I didn't say no, I said feel.
I said, if you look back at our record over the last 6 months, you'll see that there were a number of issues that were brought up. There's one we're going to talk about tonight that members spoke passionately about. We had a discussion.
So are you
Nobody
saying
wanted
this
to
is
do
gonna
it, and we
disappear?
decided not to do it. Excuse me?
So are you saying this is
Okay,
going to
we're not-
disappear?
Hey, Chris,
No,
let me
you're
have
not
something.
listening to me.
What the
No.
process is-
You're going to have to go. You're going to have to go on mute. You're going to have to go on mute because we're not going to have this conversation. I have 100 people that want to speak, and I want to hear what they have to say.
We just have one question.
Not
What
good.
happens? I'm sorry, sir. What happens after the 28 days? You said it goes
We're
up
going to
again.
have to take
What
all.
happens?
We're going to take all the information that we receive and decide what the next thing is we're going to present.
So
Maybe
then
we'll
you
present
guys-
an answer that says we're.
Okay, so next question. Do
How
you
could I
guys
know what-
present? Do you guys present something else after that point,
Yes.
or if you guys feel it's good
Absolutely.
enough, are you just going to push the rule through?
No.
Okay.
Why would you say that?
No, that's why I'm at. I
Are you
didn't say that.
listening-
I'm
are you
asking
listening? Are you listening to what I'm saying?
I guess I'm
Okay,
not
I'm ready for
understanding.
my-
I apologize. Can you reiterate, please?
You just said you didn't know what was gonna happen in 28 days.
I don't. We're listening to what the community has to say to us. We have not decided what we're going to do.
Okay,
We
so
have to
I
hear
got
what
my
everybody
answer.
says.
So I got my answer. There we go. That was all I needed. Thank you.
Okay. Who's next, Harmony?
Scott Reedus?
Hey guys, so Chris, I think what they're saying is you could vote to pass this through in 28 days, correct?
No.
Okay, that's all. Then you
All we
cannot
can-
vote
all we
on
can
this in
do is
28 days. Perfect.
No, we cannot vote on this in 28 days.
Okay,
The next
so-
board meeting, we have to bring forward a new 28-day rule.
Perfect. And I think that's what was the concern was, is that you could vote on it in 28 days and that's it. It's over. And the people that couldn't get on the phone today or on the Zoom today didn't have a word in it. So, okay, thanks for clarifying that. But what I really wanted to say was about the pop-outs. I have a trailer. It has 3 pop-outs. And I understand that if you can't drive 35, you shouldn't have a license, whatever that is. But my son or my daughter, which I don't have, but a neighbor's daughter riding their bicycle may not see that car. So, you know, as long as we can turn our RVs around so the pop-outs are facing the property, I think that's a good thing. You know, if I need to load my refrigerator, I'll just flip my trailer around and open up that pop-out. But that's it. I think we need to take in some common sense on that pop-out thing, and that it should not be out on the streets. That's it.
Thank you.
Megan?
Again, it's Ryan. So I'm sorry, Scott, but like I said earlier, on the street that I live on, one side of the street is painted red. So there is no parking on one side of my street. So the residents...
Harmony, could you mute Ryan, please? We cannot have a discussion like this. We have to hear from our members. This is an open session. We are asking members to give us comments. We cannot have a discussion between 2 members. Please, who's next?
I have no more virtual hands raised.
Do we have any more emails?
Eric, could you answer that question?
Sorry, I'm in mute.
Sorry, that was a...
I'm looking.
No.
Everything looks like comments.
I have
Already
Sandra
heard.
Campbell.
I don't know how to do this. Can you see me?
Is that you, Sandra?
Yes.
Hi, Sandra. Hey, I'm at track 3720. I'm on Vacation Drive, and we have a trailer, a fifth wheel trailer that has pop-outs on both sides. And so I don't know how we're supposed to change it around when we have pop-outs coming out on both sides, and we can't get into our trailer to unload with all 3 pop-outs out. and we try and do it
Switch.
pretty quickly, but we do put cones out, and we are, you know, understanding of the people on the golf carts going around and being on the main drag. We get that. But I can't get into my trailer either way to unload without the pop outs out. And so that's an issue. I can't go to the campground and unload my trailer with all of our sand toys, which somebody yelled at me 2 days ago, to go to the campground and unload. So that's not happening with my quads and our dirt bikes and other toys. So that's an issue we have. And, you know, we try and do it quickly, but sometimes it does take 2 days to unload and clean and wipe down. And so that's an issue that we have. I mean, I'd love to live in a cul-de-sac, but we just don't. So that's something.
Really appreciate that clarification, Sandra. That helps me understand. I don't have an RV with pop-outs, so you're helping me understand. And I'm sure the other directors are in the same position. Maybe they understand all this.
Okay.
Do we have any other comments?
Susan Lockhart.
I wasn't sure how to raise my hand, but I was just wondering if this issue and other ones, since they're all affecting financially so many people, can these things go as a vote of the community rather than just 5 people on the board deciding it?
You know, we could do that. We certainly can. We have a vote once a year. We could put these issues on the ballot. We always have trouble getting quorum. Maybe these issues would cause everybody to vote. I don't know. The way that the bylaws are written, the way the Davis-Sterling Act works is that you elect a board of directors. You elect directors that you believe share the common thoughts that you have. You appreciate the fact that they have the whole community in mind, and you appreciate the fact that they listen. So does it need to have a vote of the whole membership? We don't have to do it that way. We have chosen not to do it that way. We have chosen as this board to do what other boards, in my experience, haven't done, and that is to try to instigate a significant dialogue with the community about the things that we want to change. We touched something here that was very important to a lot of people. That's really important to me. And I'm glad to have this dialogue. If we thought that we needed a whole day to dialogue on Zoom, we can set aside a whole day and do that. We have the ability to do this. Your directors are very committed to doing what's right for this community. So this conversation is excellent.
Thank you.
We have.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Who's this?
This is William Spencer at 3719221. I have actually a different opinion about the conversation because, again, my point before, you have 5,000 homes here. You guys probably already know how many boats are registered here and how many RVs are registered here. And for them to not have their say in the matter for this and also 7.11 that's coming up on the agenda is crucial. And a lot of people don't even know about what's going on tonight, and you're still having an overwhelming response of people trying to talk and hear what's going on this evening. And as far as laying things out and pushing things out 28 days or tabling it for 28 days, people work, people have lives. Hopefully people are working, but my point being is this really does deserve a vote for the community and not just 5 members, because this is a community of RVs, boats, trailers, etc. And I'm interested in asking the 5 members, how many of you have boats and how many of you have trailers?
Okay, we're not going to take a response to that yet. We're going to ask the directors to all comment, and we'll have a discussion amongst ourselves in front of you in a few minutes, but I wanted to make sure we heard from all the members first. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We don't have any more virtual hands raised. Members are welcome to email board@klpua.com. And like President Fullen said, we're going to get this fixed so that more than 100 people can participate.
Okay, well, we're down to 99 people, so somebody can log in if they want. Now, directors, who'd like to speak first? Let's hear some reflection on what you've heard and what your opinion is of this rule.
I'll go
I'd like
first,
to
Dan.
comment that we as board of directors, we try to represent the community and we do listen. And I think this is a perfect example with what we're going through tonight. And we're not here to do anything to harm anybody. We're here to protect everybody. And I certainly understand the anger and the frustrations with some of this, but the reality is this board is going to get it right when it's done. And so that's all I got to say is we are listening, and it will be fixed, and it will be, I believe that the majority of people, I mean, you'll never make everybody happy. I know that, but I'll guarantee you the majority of people in this community will be very happy with what we come up with.
Thank you, Jim. Who's next?
Yeah, I'll chime in. This is a really difficult thing because the motivation behind this rule change was, for the most part, to rid the community of the people who abuse the system and park their RVs for extended period of time, leave the pop-outs out in the street, run the cords out there, have people living in their RVs, and this type of thing. And so we looked at that and we thought, how can we remedy that? How can we fix that? You know, was this the perfect answer? You know, apparently not. Certainly not for a lot of you folks that spoke. So, you know, I'm not opposed to going back to the drawing table and seeing what we can come up with and how we can maybe solve the problem that we have and not create new problems. So, but I appreciate everybody's input.
Thank you, Joe.
I just want to echo what Joe said as well. We have spent some time on this and put some thought into this. Obviously, our thoughts aren't acceptable to everybody, which is fine because we're all here to get along. But I just want to clarify that it's more than one member or two members that have raised this concern regarding the number of trailers abusing the rule, the people living in the trailers, the safety of the pop-outs, et cetera. So we are, you know, we very much understand we're a community of communities. I love that saying. We're RV people, boat people, tennis people, pickleball people, dog people, walkers, et cetera. So it was, you know, we're reacting to more than just one or two member comments. So thank you.
Tom?
Yeah, just to start out on this one, I think the real intent here, and you can see from the screen, if you're able to see the screen, is that there was the definition that was missing of trailer. We just had recreational vehicle and trailer, and people were confused about what trailer meant. So this is supposed to clarify that it's something that people are going to reside in. You know, a camping trailer, or a fifth wheel, or an RV that has its own engine, all deemed in the same category. So for me, that was the real focus of this rule, to change or update it just to really better describe what it was we were talking about here. And it would exclude things like the box trailer or the utility trailer or the boat trailer, or any other type of trailer. But in conjunction with that, there were some things taken away, like the 48-hour permits, which I don't think the community is supportive of. So that's unfortunate. But like, you know, we said, we still get to talk about this. And to go back to the question that the member asked about what is the 28-day read process, the Davis Sterling Act says that whenever we change a rule, we need to put it out to the community in a reading. And typically our board meetings are once a month. So we're going to have either 4 or 5 week spread between each meeting. So this rule was introduced last month, and the 28 days simply refers to having that many days to now comment on what you think about the rule as a member. You can send it to us in an email, you can phone call us, you can come to the meetings and chat, any way that you can to express your concern or support or whatever of these rules. And then that 28-day period later, or more, sometimes 5 weeks, we then have to adopt the rule officially. That didn't happen tonight because our last meeting happened on November the 9th. And so today has not expired 28 days. That's why we can't act on this tonight. But these two rules will be back on our January 12th agenda. So if it's of concern to you and you want to be back at that meeting, I definitely suggest you do that. Going back to, you know, one of the responses about the last item was that it was about these RV trailers and people getting tickets. So this rule, as it's written today, allows an RV to come back, park in the street, and spend 24 and then possibly up to 72 hours. So we already have a system, we already have a rule that works. Anybody that might have gotten a ticket in the past would have been getting that either in error or because they were there for more than the period of time that they were allotted. So I don't think we have a problem with the rule so much as we do in just making sure that it's defined properly. And lastly, I'm going to say that I think based on the attendance and the need to probably get this meeting through expeditiously, I think it would be in our best interest to jump after this one to Rule 7.11, the discussion item, and then come back to where we left off on the agenda, as long as everybody agrees.
I'll come back to that, Tom, okay? I'd like to just clarify something that I said, because as I'm sitting here listening, I realized that I suppose if I was really interested in trying to sneak this through, the 28 days will be up in just a handful of days. I could schedule a special board meeting. You might think I could schedule a board meeting, we could pass this rule and be done. Now, we can't do that. We have to give a certain period of time to announce meetings. And more important than that is that that's not what I'm interested in at all. I am your president. I do have a lot to say about the agenda when the board meetings occur. I want this kind of conversation. I appreciate that Joe and Jeannie and others have said we'll go back and have another look at this. I think we've received some very good comments about it. And January 12th, that's the next time we'll be back. Maybe all we'll have here is a clarification about what a definition is. Maybe it'll be something different. I don't know, but it'll be announced. It'll be publicized. It'll be on the board agenda. You'll have plenty of time to see it. I hope that you all take time to look at the board agenda package so you can read these things in advance and check what you read on Facebook and make sure that, that you have the opportunity to come into dialogue with us. If we don't get it right the next time, you don't like that, and we have an outpouring of people that like this, then we'll keep trying. We'll keep working on this. I can assure you of that. Okay, Tom, I'm going to have a motion to move forward item 7.11. If we, as a board, agree to do that, we can do it. You want to give me such a motion?
That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. I second.
Okay.
I just
I have
want
a
to chime
motion
in.
and
We
a
have,
second. Any discussion?
sorry, we have 222 people watching, so I think this is a good idea.
Okay, I think it's a great thing. Okay, all those in favor of moving to item 7.11, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Got to get those mics turned on. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's move to item 7.11. I have a few things that I'd like to say. So please tune in and listen to me. These are all extremely constructive. If you've not read the discussion item that is now before you, you can go even on your phone, and you can go to our website, and right on the front page of the website, you can click for the agenda, and you can get to the agenda package, and you can look at page 32, 33, and 34. And I encourage you to do that if you haven't done it. Regardless of what you've heard or read on Facebook, this is about an issue that was raised by the members in open session and by email. And we got quite a few emails and quite a few comments in open session. The 5 points listed on page 32 are the words of your neighbors. These are not words from your board. These are not things that the board decided they wanted to do. These are not proposed rules. These are the things that your neighbors said. I got one email that said, you ought to just let the neighbors work this out. You don't need more rules. I love that. I wish the neighbors would work this out. But let me just say, these are the words of your neighbor. There are no proposed rule changes. This is a discussion. We do this session with this board. We have a discussion first. We try to write a couple of pages or more of information for you so you know what we're looking at, so we can have a full discussion. We're having a big meeting discussion now because we have so many participants, so that we can hear what you have to say. If there's going to be a rule change, it will come later. It's not going to come tonight. It's not going to be talked about tonight. Then I want to say what I've repeated myself 2 times tonight. Just say again, this board has not discussed this issue together prior to right now. I've heard some things from my fellow directors tonight that surprised me. That's okay, because we haven't talked about it. I expect to learn tonight how my fellow directors feel about this, and I want to assure you that we are listening. We're going to begin with a presentation by Jeannie, because she was the lead director that put this information together. We're going to hear from you following that discussion and following that presentation, and then we're going to have a discussion by the board. We're not going to make any decisions tonight. The next steps will either be an explanation of no action, a 28-day rule change, another discussion topic. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Please, please, please understand what I've just said and what this means, because there was a lot of information floating around. We got lots and lots of emails about parking boats and RVs on driveways or what you put in your garage. And those are not our words. And we'll hear from the other directors if they're concerned about that. We're going to hear from you right now. So can we start with hands raised? Harmony.
Yes, sir. Our first is Katie Zimmerman.
Hi, I wanted to speak on the previous item, but I didn't get called on for that. My question is, you're saying that you're putting these rules out there because of complaints of people abusing it. Why are we not ticketing the people abusing? Why are we spending time and money on the board addressing these items instead of spending time and money on ticketing the abusers?
Well, one thing let me just comment on one thing, and then I need to go on to the next comment, because this was our last issue. None of us really know how much ticketing is going on, except if you look deeper into the board package, you'll see that there are lots and lots of citations written. There's lots of things that are going on. So I can't answer your question. I know that these are concerns, and that they were brought to us. We've considered them, and we're bringing them to you for your comments. That's what this is about. Could I have the next comment, Harmony?
Art Sinister.
Hello?
Hey, Art.
Hello, Art.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can.
Okay, I apologize. I got so many things. So first, I do want to say a sincere happy holidays to all the board members and staff. We haven't talked in a long time. Our family does sincerely appreciate what you folks do. I know you work hard and late on these things, so that's a sincere part on that. I think you guys are doing a great job on improving the community. Regarding this issue tonight, yeah, I will take full responsibility for the outpour of people you have on there. I just checked Facebook, and I think between just 2 pages alone, not including, well, Donna's page, quote unquote, on the thing, probably one of the larger ones, there's over 269 comments on this subject. I cut and pasted exactly what was inside there and put it in and put on my own words in there. So that's why you have an outpour. What concerns me about this, I'm just being honest with you, I know you're transparent, I know you want to communicate. Something this important, your rules change, if there was a rules change, okay, that could affect someone who has an RV, maybe they saved all their life, they bought it cash, they retired on a fixed income, and if I hadn't brought this up and this went through, this might have just kind of slid through, not pushed through, not pushed, nothing devious, but kind of might have slid through, kind of under the radar if no one else knew about this. And then people would have to pay $500 a month to store their RV off-site or the 26-foot offshore boat or whatever it may be. So I just like to suggest on anything that would cause a member to have to spend more money, the board should definitely make this a dedicated meeting like we did. You had the town hall for security, that was good. You had it for the RFID tags. On and on, that's all great things. So that's just my suggestion on that. That's what's got a lot of people's, going on that. I think the other issue is on that is, and again, I thought I made it clear in my email that those words were from a member, but when a member talks about, they can say whatever they want, that's their opinion. I'm not responsible for cars being on the street. My wife and I bought a boat last year, or this year, I'm getting so confused now. It has a trailer with it. We actually sold one of our cars, so we didn't have to keep it on the street. And we have it inside. We're not responsible for that. So the impression was, just impression, from all the consolidating all the comments on Facebook was, okay, so some member accuses the voters being responsible for all these cars on the street, and now you're discussing it. That's kind of what brought that up. So I think you've calmed their nerves to some degree, but I think there does need to be a dedicated session on this because, again, The intent, as I understand it, is to get rid of the RVs that are parked in homes and the large boats that are not on the lake. In other words, people have a 24-foot fishing boat that they trailer to the ocean, what have you. They don't want to see those there anymore. That's going to cost those people $400 or $500 a month. I would be furious if you did that to me, and I would fight that to the end. But I'm not in that situation. That's not my fight. So just a couple of clarifications, and I'll end it at that. There is no study showing that people that have trailers in their driveway are causing cars are parking on the street. Our small cul-de-sac, I know most of the board members have been on my street, 70% of the people have a trailer of some type in the driveway. Nobody parks on the street. None of the owners of those homes park on the street. The other issue that was brought up by that member was blight. It causes blight. I agree. If someone's storing a trailer, literally, it's been sitting there for 5 years, the tires are cracked and flat because the sun beats on it, it's rusty, whatever, that's blight. None of us want to see that. I don't think anybody's called us to see it. That's already addressed. There's a general rule, a GR for it. I know there is. There's a GR for everything. That's already addressable. That can be handled. So I don't think we need to get rid of trailers out of driveways because it's a blight issue inside there. And here's my last part, and then I'll be quiet. How does the POA tell, just real quick, we bought a boat. Our intention was this year, didn't happen because of COVID, was to go out to Havasu probably for at least 1 week and then off and on to Long Beach and other lakes, what have you. So out of the full year, my trailer would be gone cumulatively probably 30 days. I don't consider storing it. I'm parking it there for ready access. How can the POA tell the difference between that and if my neighbor had a trailer where it was literally storing it? He got it with the boat. He doesn't need it, but I'm not going to pay $200 to store it. I don't blame him. That's long-term storage, but within his right. How would you tell the difference? And that's my only concern, because eventually this board moves on. You retire, you leave the board, what have you. New board comes on. Somebody gets a stick up their tail and says, "Hey, no more trailers and driveways," and it's a rule that says right here. And then they start coming out.
I think I understand, Art. Art,
yeah, I'm done.
I've got to hold you back. You've gone long enough.
I'm done.
You've made your points. And I think you've been really clear that you have some clear understanding about what our intentions are, which I don't agree with, but that doesn't matter. I appreciate you coming and joining us. We're here every month. If you want to come and see us, we'd love to see you every month and hear what you have to say. Who's next, Harmony?
Daniel Hardcastle.
Yes, Daniel Hardcastle, 3804-230. Again, I have an RV. As far as not being able to park, is in one of the things on the summary of members, what they've commented, long-term of on your personal property and your garages. Canyon Lake is a very unique community where people actually build garages to put their RVs inside of. I mean, you can see them, they're very long, very tall. There's one actually right by the main gate that's being built right now that has a very large garage for an RV. So if you tell people they can't park their RVs in their own personal garages or their boats, then people are going to move out of here. I mean, I personally can't afford another $400 or $500, and he's exactly right. Art was right on how much it costs to store. I personally can't put it in my own driveway. I actually pay another member inside the community for their property so I can store it on their property because it costs me less than $100 instead of the $400 it would cost me to go outside. I have the RV for my family, my friends, which many of them are on this call tonight. Many of them could not be because of the 100 people limit. We go out together as a community. We go to the campground. My friends have boats that we use. I don't have a boat yet. I want to get one, but with this rule, where would I park it? I can't afford to park it outside because of the sheer cost. Being Canyon Lake, we love our toys. I mean, everybody has a toy here. That's the part of life in Canyon Lake. Going out on the boat, going out in the RV, going out and meeting with friends in the desert, meeting here at the campground, going on the boat in our lake, going out to Havasu, doing whatever you can. But to take that away by limiting what we can put on our driveway and even in our own personal garages, I mean, that I don't think is the right way to handle it, and I think everybody here is.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I think we've clearly understand your point. Unless you have another point, I think we've got it. I've written some notes here. Okay, Harmony, who's next?
Sylvia N.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Finally, I'm with my wife's laptop. And so much for not liking Apples and Macs. Anyway, a couple of questions, but the main question is, all of this stuff came through about 6-7 years ago. I was at all the board meetings when you guys were trying to eliminate RVs and boats from the driveways. Now, how much of a precedence does all that information that came to you, I don't know how many years ago it was, I'm thinking it was 2008 or 9, but I may be wrong. And how much of a precedence does all that work that you guys went into deciding not to pull this on the community, can you use that information that you gathered the last time in the same subject, like not parking on the street so you can street clean? They ended up telling everybody on Continental all the way down to Cruise Circle, nobody can park on any of those streets on that one Friday. So everybody had to go park on Railroad Canyon Road. So then they decided, hey, that's not really feasible, and they didn't follow through with that rule. So, and the 72-hour parking, that's the reason I was calling you, because they've been giving me tickets for that. One time I went on a vacation, and they gave me a ticket for being out 10 days, $100 ticket every day for 6 days in a row. I had a $600 ticket by the time I came back from vacation, because my park was parked in front of my own house, and it was being parked there for 10 years before that. Anyway, does any of those things that you guys went through 6-7 years ago about exactly the same subjects, exactly, does any of that information?
So could I'd be very happy to provide my answer to you. First off, as you know, we are elected for 2-year terms with a 2-year maximum, with a 2-term maximum. The board changes over every year. What went on 8 years ago is, when you say you guys, I'm taking that collectively as the board of directors of the POA. It certainly wasn't this group of 5 people. That's the first thing I want to say.
As the government.
The second thing we want to say is, please let me speak. The second thing I want to say is, I mentioned in my opening remarks that this is a community in transition, and I'll argue that it's in rapid transition. And the rapid transition is being managed. The transition is both demographic and what this community is focused on. We are trying to accommodate everybody's interests that are here. So the fact that we're doing something different is okay. The fact that there is something to be learned from the past is extremely important, and I think you make a very good point for us. Thank you for your comments. Who's next, Harmony?
Veronica's iPhone. Veronica, if you can hit the unmute or *6 if you're on a cell phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Veronica, trucking lot 3716112. My concern on this is that we live on the cul-de-sac. We have a 1-car parking garage, which probably is the only one in Canyon Lake, and 1 parking space for our driveway. My husband, he drives his work car to and home from work, and we have a truck because we do own a boat, and we have the boat on the lake. We do have a family car. We have children, and we have a family car, so we have to park 1 car in the street at all times. We on street sweeping day, we go ahead and try to fit very close together 2 cars on the driveway, but the truck has to be on top of the dirt that's on the side of the house, just a little bit, so that we allow the street sweeping to go by, because we want the street to be clean. Like I said, we're in a cul-de-sac. The kids come and ride bicycles in our street, and that's why we love it. But in this case, what would we do? Where would we park our 3rd car if there's no way? We don't have a 2-car garage. We don't have a big driveway to park another 2 cars. And also, I would like to see if there is in the next board meeting, and if there's any board of directors that do have any affiliation or own any storage facility, and is that why this is all being brought up?
Well, you're going to hear from all of the directors, and I'll let them speak for themselves when we get to that point, okay?
Thank you.
Who's next?
Sorry, one moment here. Ricky Masai.
Hi, yes, I'm here. I wanted to comment on, I know one of the, not the board's comments, but the members' comment was about property values. I'd like to point out that if this rule or this proposed comment were to become a proposed rule, the property values and the concern about property values would be a big issue because a lot of the homes, like I've been pointed out before, are built with the intent to be able to store our RVs and our boats on our own properties. So if we aren't able to use our properties for what they were in some cases built for, that would take away from our property value. In addition, it would make it very inconvenient to use the lake, which is a big, desirable aspect for our community. Also, when it comes to, I know one of the board values is about our, preserving our members' money and whatnot. If, again, we weren't able to store our RVs and our boats on our property, that would be a huge impact on our members' finances. So I think that's something that really needs to be taken into consideration. And again,
thank you very much.
Thank you, board,
You're
for
welcome.
our comments.
You bet. Appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Who's next?
We have Tim's.
Yes, hi, my name is Tim Payne. Tracking lot is 4001 007. And I was wanting to mention today that, one, I don't envy any of your jobs. I've wrote policy in the past, and it is difficult to please everyone. So I can relate there. However, I'm having troubles understanding what is the difference between issues like this getting passed forward in a normal board meeting, and every single part of this is applicable to me, the boats, the RVs, and I'm going to throw something else in there real quick, fence heights. As we saw earlier in the meeting, we had several people requesting a variance on fence height, but earlier, a year or two ago, we actually had it had to have a complete quorum to just adjust that one rule. But here we're adjusting rules in a simple board meeting, or of course, maybe a few board meetings from now. What was the difference between that and this?
I could just, let me speculate, because I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but we have two kinds of regulations here. We have our CC&Rs, which we all signed on to when we came here, that were established when the community was established 50 years ago. And those CC&Rs are the marching orders for the community. They are written in a relatively general manner. They can only be changed by 2/3 of the membership. If a majority of the membership votes to change one of those CC&Rs, we can petition the court, and this was done one time. And if the judge thinks it's okay, then he can allow us to change a CC&R. So those are things I say they're cast in stone, because it would be extremely difficult to get that many members to agree. Honestly, I think it's great, because that means that nobody can come in here and change the basic promise that we have about what this community is going to be like, as is written in those CC&Rs. Now, when you go from the CC&Rs, the board is given the ability in the Articles of Incorporation and the bylaws by David Sterling to create rules that interpret the CC&Rs, and they're good for the members. Those rules only need to be addressed in an orderly manner, the way we're doing it, and approved by the board of directors. And it's a whole different thing. So that I have a hunch that may be what you're referring to.
Fair enough. That, I believe, that answers my question. Of course, just like everyone else on the phone call, I believe everyone has quite a big interest in these topics, especially when it comes to regulating within our own property lines. That's where I believe most members will take issues. But thank you for listening to my concerns, and
You bet.
good luck.
Thank you. Who's next?
Megan?
Hi, again, it's Ryan on Megan's screen name for Zoom. But my concern is the parking of recreational vehicles in the garage and in your own driveway. I do agree with them, no parking and storage on unpaved portions of your lot, or storage on vacant land, or parking of unsightly and stripped down vehicles. I'm okay with all that. But if members are gonna have functional, usable RV vehicles, such as boats and RVs, they should be allowed to park it on their property, as long as their property has enough room to place the vehicle without being in the street or impeding traffic. Now, I don't think that a rule should be changed limiting the amount of recreational vehicles I can park on my property if it's the concern of the street sweepers being able to come down your street and sweep because one of your personal vehicles is parked on the street because you have a boat parked in your garage, then I think you should discuss a rule about enforcing no parking on street sweeping days. It is of the community's love for the lake and recreation that we live here. And in the ability to, I think that if you change this rule, I don't think there would be enough storage facilities in the area to house all the recreational vehicles that we have parked in our driveways and in our garages. So with that, I think that really my earliest comment was that this all should be discussed at a time post-COVID.
We have so many people that want to talk, Ryan. I appreciate your comments. You've given us some new information, and I'd like to move on.
But I think a post-COVID discussion is in order for all these issues.
I've written that down, Ryan. I've written that down. I understand. You don't need to say it to us a number of times. We have a lot of people that want to speak. I really want to get to them. Harmony, who's next?
Yes, we have Diane. You want to unmute, Diane?
Hi, yes, I'm unmuted. I'm Diane. I'm 3716125. And I just have a question, and it goes along with just maybe the rules or whatever. But what determines long-term? Like many people who live in this area are in the car club, many with elite cars that enhance property value. What is the requirement of driving cars so it is not considered long-term? Like, what if you have a $300,000 car sitting on your property, you go to car shows, who's making that rule to say, well, that's long-term, that's not? And then just also with fixing cars up, a lot of people are in the car club, which again goes back to you're getting people that will enhance your property here. These are people that may own a number of very expensive cars, or they may be, just doing it as a hobby or whatever. But, I think that needs to be considered, that you have to be careful that someone could be, you have to determine the length of that. And then the other thing is that taking that to where you're saying a car, a boat, an RV, whatever can't be parked in a garage, then where as people and people that have rights do we stop that? What if people have soapbox cars and the neighbor is opposed to, well, we don't like that? What if people have old golf clubs in their garage and other neighbors say, well, we don't like that? What if people store things for the 3 times a year you can have an estate sale and people say, we don't like that? 1 person, 2 person. I think other people have brought up to say, where are these stats? Where are all of these numbers? I think that we have a right to see all of the complaints, all of the, all of these hardships that you're bringing up of what makes Canyon Lake Canyon Lake.
Thank you very much. I understand what you're saying, and I've made some notes. Appreciate it. And I interpret what you're saying as the whole notion that this member has suggested to us is that we can solve our parking problem if we regulate what people can put in their garages and in their driveways. That's what this member has suggested. And I just heard you say some very compelling reasons why that's not a good idea to go down that road. Who's next, Harmony?
Harper Wyatt.
Hi. Okay, I'll try to keep this short and sweet. I'm 3716522. I want to just re-stress what the others have said about storage costs and home values. I think a simple survey of properties in the community would show how many people truly would be affected by a rule change like this. I mean, it's house by house by house that would be affected, people having to move their stuff. And I think that if they were forced to, so many people would sell and move out of the community, which would then in turn affect all of our property values. So it is a huge community-wide problem. Whether you own vehicles or not, your property value will be affected by something this drastic in the community. Another thing I'd like to say as a suggestion for a possible way to address the concerns of having too many people parking on the street. My husband and I recently went through the whole planning process to put RV storage on our property in the driveway so that we would not have to park in the street, so that we could eliminate parking our cars on the street because of RV storage being taken up. And we were turned down by planning over and over again. Although we had met every requirement in the planning handbook. And basically what we were told at the very end of it is that they didn't think it'd be aesthetic, and which left, a huge part of my property decision-making up to somebody else's opinion. And it was, there was nothing in the handbook that could have, there was no way that I could have seen it besides talking to this person and whether they thought it was a good idea or not, or somebody else. So as a proposition, possibly looking at planning and compliance and property design, and if there's an opportunity to allow property owners to park more conveniently on their properties, that may alleviate some of the parking on street, which would hopefully help with this issue. But that is my 2 cents, and thank you so much for listening to us. You guys have a very hard job, and we appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Harper. I appreciate your comments. With the planning and compliance and ACC process, I'm sure they explained to you that there is an appeals process. One of the hard things that we have to deal with as a community is that our CCNRs say that we need to create a community that is aesthetically pleasing. And that's one of the things that we all love when we drive through the gates, drive down our streets. We want to see a beautiful community. Of course, we all have different ideas about what beautiful means. The ACC is really the gatekeeper for that. But an appeal can come to the board. We do that every month. And if you believe that they have not made a proper decision, you do have that opportunity. The other thing I want to say is that, in the role of what we're working on this year, we're working with the ACC and trying to bring some improved interpretation, I'll say it, to what those things mean. So I do appreciate your comments. The comments, they will be helpful. Thank you. Who's next?
Scott Reedus. Scott, you there? We can come back to him. We have Dave.
Man, it'd be good if I took it off mute, wouldn't it?
There we go.
So I guess, I have a concern about the drive.
You're muted again. If you want to hit unmute.
There we go. I'll try this one more time. Anyhow, I have a concern about the garage and the driveway and all that, but What I really have a concern about is what the financial impact on the community might be, and not with our home values, which would obviously go down. But I would imagine there's probably 20 to 50, 100 permits that have been approved by the POA for RV parking or building an RV garage, and I don't want to know what those lawsuits would be. I'm sure it would be in the millions, and I have a concern about that. That's it.
Appreciate your concern, Scott. You know, one of the things that I'll say is that we don't want any lawsuits, but at the same time we want to create a community that we all love. So we're going to continue to work together and try to resolve these problems. Who's next?
Dave's iPad.
Hi, my name is Dave Elias, 3863240. My concern is I bought in here 7 years ago with the understanding of retiring soon. I wanted to keep my trailer in my driveway. I bought particularly a house big enough that I could. The concern is with the property values. A lot of these houses in here that are for sale, they're put on here with RV access. If you don't do that, a lot of the people, the interest in Canyon Lake is going to drop dramatically. And secondly, anything that could have a financial impact on any member that lives in here, any resident that lives in here, should go out to a community vote and not be under the hands of the 5 board members. So that's it. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Dave.
You have Todd.
Who's next?
Hi, this is Todd Campbell at 3778-136. My concern is also with the boats, RVs, and the driveways. I bought my house with the intent to store boats and RVs in my driveway. I don't park any cars in the streets. But beyond all of that, the gates are already overwhelmed on holiday weekends. If you can imagine every homeowner in this community trying to drive their boats inside the gate, get tagged, would be an absolute disaster that I think needs to be addressed, because I don't think it's conceivable for the community to handle all of that. And then, like everyone else said, property values. I understand people park on the streets because they have boats in their driveways. It doesn't matter to me one bit. And I think that's why a lot of us bought here. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Todd.
Jack Pierce.
Hi, 3718-156. Just to reiterate, I appreciate the hard work you guys are all doing. If this could be rewritten, a couple of things. Storage, address the problem child, not throw it out, the baby with the bathwater. Storage of, RVs that have flat tires. On the other hand, tomorrow, I'm going through the planning commission to put a pad for my boat trailer. So because I live on the water, my boat is in a dock, but I have to have a place for the boat trailer. Now, I bought this place with the idea of having my motorhome there, and it is off the street. It's off, and I actually, the cement cracked. I'm taking care of that. I'm spending a lot of money to have all that redone and asking for a pad. And if as Harper said, if the planning committee rejects that's definitely not right. I am abiding by the 1/3 landscape as quoted by the POA. But let's focus on what the problems are. If you have an old boat that's never run, then there ought to be something that we address it in a reasonable manner, not throw everything under the bus as far as RVs. Let me reiterate that I've been an owner here since 2003, and 10 years ago, Mr. McCoy, who was a realtor, tried to run to the board and have us become an Irvine. And that was not the establishment of this not to park on the street or not to park in your driveway. We pay a lot of money to live here, all of us, for golfing or for something else. But for the people that be sorted out just for this, I mean, we need to really look at this and take it to heart, not throw the whole thing away, but focus on something and provide data. Definitely everything is data driven and what drives this up. I'd greatly like to know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mark Pulver.
Yes, hi, Mark Fulver, 3868 510. I think I don't need to beat a dead horse here. I think you guys have all heard on the board the importance of this to the community, and I think a lot of it already said this to the team. But I think if you guys could just go ahead and put this out for further discussion, as you all said you have. I think Chris has touched upon that. But again, not to underestimate the importance of this to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
We've got Jeff's phone.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Jeff, tracking lot 3718-009. I think everybody's kind of on the same discussion about this topic of the trailer parking. I think the overwhelming consensus here is that's a horrible idea. Kind of across the board. It's probably why you're getting the outcry tonight. But more importantly, just from my understanding is you kind of ran through that these are more community complaints that you guys have. So my specific question why this would get brought up is how much community complaint needs to be filed before these things get to this level? Is it a person, 100, 500? I'm just a little concerned about bringing such drastic changes for our community and home values and what everybody else is concerned about. So I was just saying, how much research or how much complaint do you need to receive to push these to this level?
That's a great question, Jeff. The answer is more than one. One of the things that has always bothered me about city function and in the cities that I've lived in and about the function around here before I came on the board was that we had these rules and people were given the opportunity to address the city council or the board and express their concerns, and it looked to me like nobody ever listened. In fact, you couldn't even get eye contact when you tried to express a concern. And I resolved that when I got involved, that I wanted to make sure that everybody's concerns were addressed. And this concern sparked interest. It came from enough people that we've written we've summarized all the emails that we've gotten. The interesting thing is, in my mind, is that we've got 11 to 12,000 people in this community. We have 4,800 lots. We have about 4,500 homes. Best I can tell, we got about 300 people so far that have spoken very strongly about this. And I hear every one of you. But the fact of the matter is we've got 10,300 people that aren't talking. And that's interesting. Now, I said, and others have said, that we're a community of communities. This happens to touch a particular interest area for a group of people, and we want to address that, and we've got to address that. But I guess the point I want to make, Jeff, is that I don't see any harm in addressing these issues in public instead of behind the scenes. My sense is that city councils and boards usually take open session comments. They go behind the scenes, they talk to each other and decide what they're going to do or not going to do. You guys never hear a word. Now, I would ask you, and I don't need an answer, but is there an issue out there that you're concerned about with this community? And if you stood up in an open session and maybe 3 or 4 of your friends stood up with you and you expressed that concern, would you like it to be ignored? And I don't think you would. And so it doesn't hurt to have a discussion. I think it's pretty obvious that this is an issue that needs a lot of conversation. I think that it is deserving of another workshop or two, we call them, where people can come and express their opinions. I think it's extremely important that we take all of this information, and we haven't heard from the directors yet, and we refine the issue that we want to talk about, and we share that with the community. Okay, so thank you for your question. Who's next?
Thank you for the time.
Debbie Johnson. Debbie, if you could unmute. We can come back to her. We have Katie Zimmerman.
Hello?
Hi, Debbie. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, is there a current rule that says that you can't have unsightly or stripped down or partially wrecked vehicles in the driveway currently? Do we currently have a rule for that?
Corey, could you answer that for us, please?
Yes, we do. It's GR 5.3D.
Okay.
Carly, if you scroll down a little bit, the clipping of the rules is actually included with this discussion item.
Okay, so are we enforcing that rule?
Yes.
Okay, so, because it sounds like some of you were saying that this whole purpose is because of, you know, unfavorable looking vehicles in the driveway, etc., that we're taking pretty drastic measures because of that, but we already actually have a rule to address that.
That's one of 5 items that are listed that we have received comments from the members that we lumped all together. So
okay, I just wanted
that's a clarification. Okay, thank you very much. Who's next?
Mark Eaton.
Did you say Mark Eaton?
Yes, sir.
Hi. Just wanted to reiterate, Jeff's comments were good. My point exactly. We purchased this. We bought this house a year ago, as I said. If you need the lot number again, is 4001-045. We bought this house with an extremely long driveway that goes down the side of the house for that exact reason, to leave our toys on the driveway. We do not have to park on the street. However, as I mentioned earlier, every once in a while you come home late with the boat. You know, we're not on the water, so we have to take our boat and go on the water. And we come home. If you come home late, sometimes rather than disturb my neighbors, I'll leave it on the street overnight. I know to leave it attached to the car, that's okay. And I have plenty of room on my street here to do that and in front of my yard where I'm not bothering anybody. There is somebody that parks there.
Mark, I believe that you've made these points. And I believe you're talking about a previous rule. We have so many people that want to contribute. That, is there something new that you want to say, or can we just go on?
Well, my point was with what Jeff said is how do we resolve? I guess my question is, how are we going to resolve this and to make the GR rule not change or leave it as existing? Is that going to come up for?
It's definitely a possibility. There will not be a decision made tonight. We're in a discussion session. We're listening to what the members have to say. I think you folks are making yourselves very clear. I understand that. We're going to hear from the directors, and then we're going to decide how we're going to move forward, if we're even going to move forward. I mean, that's all open. Great. This is just a discussion right now. Who's next?
Galaxy A20.
1,300 people didn't talk.
Galaxy Phone A20, it looks like you're not muted if you'd like to speak up. Okay, we can come back. Also, if you're trying to unmute and you're on your phone, it might be *6. We have Scott Reedus again.
Yeah, so, you know, the part of the community that supposedly voiced their opinion about the RV current situation and the boat current situation had the same knowledge and the same information to get on this meeting as we did, and I haven't heard any of them. So I'd imagine there's the answer.
Good point, Scott. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Ricky
Sorry
Masai.
to be moving this along, but go ahead.
Yes, without repeating everybody too much, I just wanted to note that I know this was brought up by other members and not you guys, but then I feel like a big concern with a lot of people is that they just don't know you, and they're not necessarily sure how this entire system works, and that it could be, whether you like what we say or not, that you could vote on it, whichever way preferences you. And also, just by observation, in the last few weeks, I've heard of this, and I've looked into this. This is why I'm here. I'm not this kind of guy that would actually do this, but it does affect me, so I'm here. Many of my neighbors, and the only people actually that park in the street in my neighborhood, they do not have trailers. They don't have anything. They just park in the street out of pure preference, which is what I believe this is the biggest thing, the big reason that this is there. And it just basically what I'm trying to get at is that to solve the street problem or anything like that is it's just not the right way. It's not going to solve. It's not going to solve what I think is trying to be attempted. That's all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. I would like to say with confidence that you'll learn how this is going to play out, and you'll learn to see the value of this board and what we bring to the community. We operate under bylaws that the community has established, and so this is what we do. I do appreciate that you're taking the time to come, and I know that all you folks appreciate the board taking the time to listen to everything that you're saying. And I'll tell you right off, that is not common if you look back over the years with various boards and city councils.
I understand.
Who's next?
Sylvia N.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, just a quick note. I know one complaint you guys had was for people parking in front of other people's homes. I think that was one of the things you guys were saying, that there was a complaint, people parking in front of each other's house. Now, this rule you have, GR53E, which actually would apply to me because I've gotten tickets, the 72-hour tickets before. If I have to park 100 feet away every 3 days, I would have to park in front of my neighbor's house every 3 days, minimum. So I don't know if that's going to solve the problem of parking in front of your neighbor's house by everybody having to park in front of their neighbor's house to be 100 feet away from their home. And also, does 100 feet count if you park across the street, since across the street is only 20 feet away? That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Good points. Next.
Tammy's iPad. Tammy, if you can unmute.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, Tammy Carnes, 3846-023. This is something that I haven't heard anyone bring up, so I apologize if I'm duplicating it. We go through such a process with our boats, bringing them in through the gate. If we had to store our boats off-site, that would mean that we would have to go through boat inspection. And I can't see that being feasible on a holiday weekend or on any other weekend for that matter. So I think that would be an endangerment to the healthy nature of our water if we had to worry about boats coming in and out on a continuous occurrence. And so I really think that should be deeply considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. I think that's a very good point. I appreciate you bringing that up. Next.
Billy Spencer. Billy, if you want to unmute.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so Art brought up the point from the very beginning of addressing 7.11 is this was brought up some years ago, and the president here had mentioned that the board changes every 2 years, so it's not the same board that's hearing this. So may I make a suggestion before I give my opinion that maybe we could come up with a solution that when something's brought up, such as this, and then it's voted on as a no, and then 8 years go by or 5 years go by or 1 year go by, that it's not just brought up again this easily, that there's maybe a different avenue to have the people vote on it. And I just wanted to make that point because Art had an awesome point when he said that, hey, this was brought up before, how come you guys aren't using the research from that? It shouldn't really reflect who's on the board because all the same people are living here. And who's the president again that keeps talking this evening? Chris? Okay, hi. So you have mentioned a couple times about voices and 5,000 homes. and possibly 10,000 people who live here and not hearing all their voices on the subject, but there's no forum to hear all those people. And there's no way to reach out to all those people. This is just word of mouth. If we didn't have neighbors that conversed with each other, I wouldn't have known about this tonight. And I would have been very distraught not being able to voice my opinion. But something so important for the value of our...
I appreciate what you're saying. And it is one of our real challenges, how we communicate with our members. We are going above and beyond the call of duty with our website, with our e-blasts, with the information that we put out, things that get written in the newspaper. It is difficult to communicate with everybody, especially when people really need to try to communicate with us. So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that. So,
was anything mailed to all the members?
No.
Okay, so that's not really reaching out to everybody in the best way possible.
It's okay. I appreciate the suggestion.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, as far as my opinion on the matter, I did too, as well as everyone else. I purchased my home because it was a flat lot and it would accommodate an RV and accommodate a boat someday, because I didn't have enough money. It took me 7 years to acquire a motorhome and acquire a boat, to have both. And they sit in front of my house and I use them as much as I possibly can, along with all my other neighbors. And lots of people have mentioned it does decrease the value of the home if we're not able to use those things. And I would have never moved here. I would have moved outside the community. And the lady that just spoke before... The lady that just spoke before me brought up my point. It's the only time I've heard it so far. You have to have your boat inspected to leave the gate. They have to put a tag on it. So if we go get gas, we have to wait 15 minutes for the PO. Oh, hold on, Chris, you're interrupting me. So we have to go to the front gate or a gate, and the guard has to call a special POA person to drive and put a tag on the boat. That's to so we can leave the lake and come back and they look at the tag and make sure we didn't put it in the water somewhere else. So for those on the board who don't have a boat or have ever had to go through that process, that's a pain in the butt to begin with, but I can't imagine doing it 3 times a week and traveling however far I would have to go to have boat storage. The constant threat of every 2 years, let's just say when the board flips and there's a new board, it doesn't make sense that we have to continue to have this threat over and over and over again. And it's a threat. It's a threat that we can't own stuff on our own property.
There is no threat. It's a conversation.
We're taking information.
I appreciate you taking the time to communicate with us. Do you have another point? I
do. Here's the other one. So I was blessed enough to marry a girl that has a daughter. So now I have 3 kids. I only had a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So I needed to add on to my house, accommodate the daughter, and have another room and a bathroom. I tried to get variances. I tried to add a garage in front of my house.
I'm sorry,
and then build upon.
Is this about the conversation on 7.11?
Yeah, it is.
Conversation about.
If you just, if you would just listen for 1 second, man, you preach about when somebody's talking, don't talk. So here, I wanted to add on a bathroom, and I was going to add on a garage. I wasn't allowed to add on a garage in front of my house because of the CC&Rs and the setback rules. So there's never going to be a way to appease whoever's complaining about this. Maybe they should move.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thanks, and I do appreciate you guys. Bye.
I'm told that we have Kevin Thayer as Galaxy A20.
Hello?
Hello.
Thank you. Kevin Thayer, 3868-507. I'll make it short here. On Facebook, there was a lot of misunderstandings. I think one of the big problem was that people didn't understand that in Odell's post, number 2, the long-term storage of vehicles, that whole paragraph, people interpreted that as a possible rule, and it was just a member's comment. I don't know why Odell posted that. There doesn't seem to be anyone on here that agrees with that. My question is, was that her feelings, or is that just a random comment from a community member? Because that's what all this, what's caused all everybody in an uproar, just a misunderstanding. Another question I have is, why do we not have a?
Would you like Judy to answer that?
You know, I'll let her answer when I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Chris. I don't need to have dialogue with her. I'm fine with her answer. The next question is a rules committee. We used to have a rules committee. This was getting kind of crazy on Facebook. We don't have a rules committee anymore, is my understanding. It's not on the website. It's not showing as ad hoc. It seems like this would be something, I'm sure you guys are overloaded with all your workload. It seems like this would be a good one to go to a rules committee. That's it, Chris. If she could answer me, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Judy, do you want to just give an answer?
Yeah, I had to unmute myself. Thank you, Kevin, for asking that question. Those are not my comments. Those are member comments through emails that we received. So when I wrote this up, I should have spelled that out a little bit better, that it should have said community member comments. But I did indicate above in the text of the message or the discussion item that they were through emails. They were through mainly through emails and then open session board comments. So these are not this is not my comment.
Okay, thank you, Jeannie. Harmony, who's next?
We might have SMEIS, S-M-E-I-S. Okay, I don't have any more virtual hands raised. We have 8 positions open if someone wanted to join the Zoom meeting. Other than that, I don't have any other hands raised.
Okay.
Oh,
Eric, do you have anything that you've spotted that?
Sorry, we have 2 more now.
Okay.
Katie Zimmerman.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to reiterate Erica Harper's comments regarding property values. One of the main selling points for us moving into this community was because it is a recreational community. We purchased our home with RV parking that was already in place, with a 3-car garage with a driveway. We park our RV on our parking. We have a boat that sits on the driveway. We can also park our vehicles in the garage and on the driveway. Not once have we parked on the street. So I am just concerned about property values, considering the entire reason we bought here was to be able to store our recreational property here on our home. And it's just a comment that I wanted to reiterate.
Okay, thank you. Who's next, Harmony?
Susie Russell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Susan Rosell, 3718-157. I've lived in this community since 1975. Okay, so I outdo all of you guys. I have watched board of directors come and go. I believe it is the director's responsibility to know what's happened in the, what's happened over the years. And you're supposed to go back and see that in 10 years ago that we went through some of these issues. And therefore you don't have to address them again. And I understand that the community is changing its character. I've watched it over the years. I think these things that you're addressing right now in the 5.3 general rules, we've all driven around this lake and we have seen some of the crap that's in these driveways. If the patrol would address these and issue a citation or, so that these people are aware with it, or let them know. If you don't take care of this in the next 15 or 30 days, then you will receive a citation. There are a lot of people in this community that have different types of RVs. We all have different tastes. It could be a mini trailer. It could be $1 million motorhome. It could be a $200 fishing boat. It could be a $100,000 ski boat. It could be a golf cart. It could be a number of things. I think we all have the right to have those items. If we can afford them, I think we should be able to park them in our driveways, okay? As long as they're not unsightly. And those things that are unsightly and the wrecked vehicles and those things, you know, it's the POA's responsibility to go after those people.
Where did that raise hand thing go, dude?
Okay, now, I appreciate what you guys do. It's hard work. But this Zoom stuff, I mean, in-person meetings are, I think, much more effective. And at this point, we'll see what happens in 28 days, but I think you need to address something a little bit more to the community rather than just putting it in the virtual meeting notice. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Susie.
Yeah, Zach?
Anything else, Harmony?
Yes, sir. Zach?
Hey, my name's Zach, 3719114. I just wanted to bring to light that this was brought up, and I haven't heard one person in the past 2 hours say that any of this was a good idea. So I guess I'm just a little concerned as to why this is getting brought up, where the people who voiced this issue don't even appear to be attending this meeting and haven't articulated how any of this is going to be beneficial to the community. So just wanted to bring that up. Thanks again.
Okay, thanks, Zach. Appreciate you taking the time. Who's next?
That's it.
Okay, I'd like to turn
I'm
to...
sorry. I'm so
directors.
sorry. One last. Mark Genovese.
Go ahead.
Mark, if you're there, you can unmute.
Harmony?
Yes.
No, I already spoke. I'm sorry. I don't know where that happened. No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Cole?
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. 372216. I just want to bring up the point that it doesn't even come down to RV issues sometimes. There's trucks and SUVs that don't fit into our garages, whether it be height or depth. That's all.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand your point. Could you please say it again?
My point is that people have been discussing about parking trailers and RVs and boats on the driveway, also, and on the street. We need to consider the fact that people like myself, my vehicle does not fit in my garage. My garage is too short and it's not long enough depth-wise to put my vehicles in my garage. So I have to park on my driveway.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Harmony?
No, sir. That's it.
Okay. Boy, I don't know how many pages of notes I have, quite a few. Who'd like to go first of the directors to offer their comments? And maybe if we want to get us a discussion, we can do that.
I'll go first. I would like to thank everybody for voicing their opinion. I appreciate hearing it. I think, as has been mentioned by a couple of them, or a lot of the people here tonight, some of this is pure enforcement. So yes, that's on us, the POA, for enforcing the existing rules that we have. I think we just maybe need to look at some of the rules and see if clarification is needed on some of them. And I'm not saying anything. I personally have no problem with people parking RVs and trailers, et cetera, in their driveways. As you said, we're a community of communities, and that's what we're all about. We're about recreation, whether you're a boater or an RVer or a toy hauler or whatever. So that was never an issue for me. I learned a valuable lesson tonight, and that was, once again, remember the audience when I'm writing something. So what made sense to me, obviously, was confusing to others. So I should have said a summary of community member comments, so that it was understood that these were not the board comments. The board was just here to listen tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Next.
Yeah, I'll make some comments here. I want to thank these folks for speaking up. Chris, I'm with you. I tried to make notes, and now the problem is I've got to try to read my notes, so hopefully I'll be able to do that. There was some comments made about the previous boards that dealt with a similar issue and wanted to get RVs off the streets, or RVs out of the driveways. And I've been here 30 years, and I remember that, and never thought it made sense at the time. And fortunately, the community spoke up, and it didn't go anywhere. And that was a good thing, and the community spoke up, and just like they are today. This is far different than that period in time. This is different in the sense that we didn't just put a rule out there and tell you this is what we want to do. This was brought up as a discussion item. As Jeannie explained, maybe the wording wasn't perfect, but it was still there as a discussion item to get community input. This is something that I don't believe was done 10 years ago. And so I would hope that you folks would understand that and appreciate what we're trying to do as a board. We're trying to get your feedback and your input. Well, I've been here 30 years. I've seen the community change. I've seen it change a lot. When I was here, I was obviously much younger, and it was a senior community, and that was great. And we enjoyed everybody around, and things were a lot quieter and a lot less active. And now I'm a senior, and it's no longer a senior community, it's a younger community, which is great. I love seeing the kids play and the boats out there. But things change, and so the history of what previous boards did isn't as valuable as you might think. We want to be in tune with what the community is today, and that's what we're trying to do. So Mark Pulver made a comment about this being really important to the community and asking for more discussion, and I think that's where we need to go. So I appreciate his comment, and I can assure you that that's what we'll do. We'll have more discussion about it. Thank you.
I'd like to make one comment somebody made about us as board members. I don't believe any of us own any stock or anything in the storage area around Canyon Lake, and we're doing this for any personal purposes. So with that, I think we've got a lot of valuable input, and going forward, I think we could come up with what we learned tonight, put it in text, and probably hold a town hall meeting on it and make sure we get it right. So I think it's a good evening. We've gained a lot of information, and we're here to represent the people.
Just want to point some things out. People obviously interested in this item. Make everyone aware that when it comes to board agendas and board items, any one director is allowed to introduce or put something on the agenda. And that's what you see here. Jeannie wanted to talk about this. So we have Jeannie addressing a note to the board. And as Chris said at the beginning of the meeting, we don't talk about things outside of the board meetings. We don't have discussions and go through board business. So this is our first run at this too. It's a little unfortunate, but I think, Jeannie in the introduction to this talks about the board, and it may have given some people the impression that this was collectively an opinion of ours. And I can tell you that For me, for sure, it's not. And I don't think any board member really got together and decided anything about this before tonight. As it goes on and mentions below, and the part that was missed, unfortunately, is the part that says a member comment is what follows. And that member comment, unfortunately, in Facebook got turned into the sky is falling with Chicken Little. It was inappropriately characterized. There was reference that 2 directors were already on board with voting this to be a rule, and all that created a lot of fervor about this item tonight. Now, discussion is a good thing and interest is a good thing. I don't know if that was the best mechanism for getting here, but I'm glad we're having this conversation. I can also understand how the members might be a little concerned, because the other 2 items that were on the agenda tonight, 7.1 and 7.2, they started in October as discussion items, and then November they became a rule introduction, and tonight, had it been 28 days, they could have been approved, and hopefully that will send a message to the community that if you're not paying attention to what the board's doing every month, pay attention, because sometimes it might affect you, and it's a whole lot easier to go through this in a proactive way and discuss it in advance than to come back at it after it's already been decided or too late. So please pay attention to all the available information. As Chris said, it's posted on the website. We send text alerts out, emails. I mean, there's a lot of ways to find out what's going on. So get engaged in your community and get involved in these board meetings so you can be a part of the decision-making process. I went back personally because when I saw these comments, I did not recollect a lot of stuff happening at least in mass, in my mind. I'm sure I've heard comments from people as a general regarding a lot of these parking issues and car issues in the community. But as I went back, item 1, as you're seeing here, word for word was cut and paste from an email that we got on November the 5th. It's the only time that I see that particular message come. So that is a 1-member comment. Items 2, 3, 4, and 5 all came from 1 email from a member on October 31st. And again, that's 1 member's view. And personally, looking at just the way number 2 is crafted, that's her opinion, but it's only one opinion of, as we say, 4,800 members of this community. So I didn't think that this really represented what the community belief was, but for whatever reason, it's here tonight and it got people talking, and that's a good thing. This member had things to talk about with respect to dogs and noise and other items too, but the parking issues that she had is what she brought or came to light tonight. And maybe she lives in a bad neighborhood with bad parking, or it's difficult to park, and so she's frustrated. So that's her reaching out to the board and trying to get at least some discussion and some action to happen on this stuff, which is, again, it's a good thing. But as people are looking at this particular item, and as we scroll down before to the other section, that's a copy of pages 58 and 59, I think, from the rule book, those are all existing rules. And I think the one thing that I do remember going back, looking at all the emails that we've gotten from members over the course of these last couple of years, is they're more upset that we have rules that aren't being enforced rather than that there are rules that need to be changed. There's a lot of things that are on this list that I've even heard some people talking about tonight, like they think this is either a proposal or this is a change in the rule. And this is, as you're reading it, these are the exact rules that are in the book today. And I think many of the members just want to see these things adhered to. And obviously we got members that are going to not adhere to every single rule and take advantage. And so we hopefully deal with those things on a one-to-one basis. But overall, I think the members are, the overwhelming message is we need to enforce this stuff. I mean, I get messages about a lot of things. We got 50 plus emails just in the last couple of days about this discussion tonight. Political flags, you don't even want to know. But I mean, we get emails and we get things that the community is definitely interested in. This particular example, scroll back up to the comments that were made in item 1 through 5. In my mind, those were just one-ups, and they were comments made in 1 email from 1 member in the last month. And sure, we've had other comments that have been made at board meetings or even privately. I've had people come up and say things to me about how they don't like the fact that people don't enforce this long-term parking because they've got motorhomes parked on their street or boats or cars or whatever, and they're not getting moved. And all I can tell the members of the community with respect to that is that we do have rules, and calling the code enforcement people, and they will come out and they will address it. And it'll probably start with them marking tires, but at least it's part of the process that will help get it done. And thanks. I'm sorry to be so long-winded.
Hey, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Has anybody?
Who's talking now?
Oh,
Somebody
my name's
needs
Jacob.
to. Jacob, have you spoken before?
No, I haven't.
We're not having a discussion here. We're not having a discussion. Do you have something that you would like to offer to the board?
Yes, I do. Yes, I would.
Have you spoken before?
No. Has anybody here
Okay.
that's complained about this actually spoken tonight?
No, not that I've heard.
Okay.
I think that point has been made a couple of times.
Well, I still think
I
that
just
there's a lot
wanted to clarify. Excuse me?
There's a lot of questions about that. Who's actually complaining about this? How many complaints were made, and how come nobody spoke about that?
Well, you're asking questions that I can't answer. I spoke earlier about how this board has oriented itself and how it has tried to address member concerns. I appreciate what Tom just said, but I'd like to clarify that we had an open discussion in September and in October about these issues. It's all around parking. There were a number of issues that came up that we said we're not going to do anything about. There are other issues that came up that led into these 28-day rules. I asked Jeannie and Joe, remember I told you we could have two directors work together. I asked Jeannie and Joe to meet with Corey and talk about all of this stuff and see if there was something we could do to address these rules and address what we were hearing. We went through the process. We put up our 28-day rules. We put up this discussion item. We knew this was very controversial, and we believed that it was misunderstood, but that doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is you folks all came down and gave us a lot of good input. Where are we going to go from here? Honestly, we have to make up our mind where we're going to go from here. Is there going to be there's no rule on the table, so we have more discussion to do. I wanted to offer my position. I can do that. I'm going to step aside as being the president and talk about what I observe as a director. I understand that we have a real problem with getting citations taken care of. And we're working on that. And we're working on a security contract renewal. We're working on refocusing. You're going to hear about that later if you stay around for the meeting. So I think we could deal with that. I personally have no interest whatsoever in what you park in your garage or driveway. That's not my issue. My issue is about parking. I took the time this weekend to drive around our community. I thought it was a good weekend to do that because there were lots of folks here for Thanksgiving. We went around, I drove around about half of the community to see just how bad this problem was. You know, we have some tight places. San Joaquin is one of them. Continental Drive, Cruise Circle down at the end, really tight. There's parking issues down there. For the most of our community, I couldn't see a parking problem, personal opinion. So I didn't see where this came from. So in that regard, we have an issue here that we have to recognize what the severity of it is. Just a handful of RVs out there that are parked in a way that they block the view. I thought maybe that was an issue. But you drive down almost all of our streets and you gaze out across our community, and what you want to see is an openness of the community. And there's an RV here and there. I don't see that makes a whole lot of difference. So it's a localized problem. I wish neighbors would talk to neighbors and rationalize this. I think this board has heard a lot of good information. I, for one, am not terribly interested in pursuing this. Now, I'd like to hear, because this is the discussion. I can't have this discussion with the directors except in front of you. I'm not particularly interested in pursuing this any longer. I think the rules that we have in place are the rules that we have in place. It seems like they're serving us well. That doesn't include 7.1 and 7.2, and I think there's some clarification up there that we were talking about is important. But I'd be curious if the other directors, if anybody has a burning desire to pursue these comments or changing these rules.
I'll go first. I have no burning desire other than to stress enforcement of our existing rules. I think that would take care of the bulk of the issues that are raised, the concerns that we hear all the time. So just enforcement is all I'm interested in.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot of rules in place already. If we could just act on those instead of
Jacob, are you speaking? Jacob, you've now been muted. The reason is because I'm having a conversation with my directors, and that's a conversation between us. You get to watch. If you want to comment later on, raise your hand. We'll come back to you. Next director.
I I agree with you and Jeannie. I don't see a burning desire to do anything with these issues. The existing rules are in place, and I certainly agree that we should make a concerted effort to get those enforced. We've got, you know, an issue before us later tonight with a new security bid, and hopefully we can incorporate and emphasize the importance of enforcing these rules with the company that does take over. Also, I'd like to ask these folks, see if they're still here, 100, 200 people, is as much as you guys broadcasted all these errors on Facebook and amongst your friends, I appreciate it if you would also send out that message that you talked to the board tonight and the board listened, and things are not going to happen as you thought they were. Thank you.
I agree with that. I have no ambition to move this forward. I think we've been working pretty well. And if there is something we need to change, we need to handle that. But at this point, I'd drop it.
Yeah, and I'll be number 5. That I don't see any, you know, need or desire to pursue this, and even go back to 7.1 and 2 and say that those also need to have a new look. And I think that there's some enhancement out of 7.2 item just to enhance what the description of trailers are as far as the living aboard ones. But I think both items with respect to when they can and can't park and what they're described as all need to be reviewed again. And we can do that next month. And I encourage all the members that are listening here tonight to either send us emails or come to the meeting next month. And again, make sure that we hear and understand what your beliefs and desires are for this community so that we can form that community or, you know, upgrade it and make it a little bit better for everybody.
Appreciate that. So what I'd like to do, Jeannie and Joe, you really took the lead on working on these 3 areas, 7.1, 7.2, and 7.11. I wonder if you would be willing to get back together with Corey and try to digest all this information and come forward with a suggestion of what we can bring forward at the next board meeting on January 12th.
I'd be happy to work on that. And you're referring to the issues on 7.1 and 7.2. I mean, we pretty much agreed that we're not going to pursue this 7.11.
That's correct, Joe. I was being too inclusive.
Okay.
Jeannie?
Yeah, I'll work on it with Joe and Corey.
Okay, I appreciate that. So stay tuned and join us in January. You know, it's kind of a funny corollary, since we still have 89 of you online and who knows how many on Facebook. There are a lot of issues that we bring up, that we discuss here, that nobody shows up and talks about. And I can't help but wonder if those issues are not offensive to the community, if those issues are okay. We're going in the right direction. Now, maybe that's not correct, but that's the inference that I get from this, because when we do touch something that really is important, we get an outpouring here. While this number of people is not significant to the number of people in the community, it is significant to this community of our community. And it's very important for us to hear from you. So I'm hoping that with all the issues that we have, that the people that are worried about those things will come and join us and speak up. Well, terrific. I'd like to move on our agenda. Once I find my agenda, we need to go to 7.3. 7.3 is the approval of the community patrol service contract. Corey, do you want to take us on this?
Yes. Yeah, let me just read through the background here. So in 2017, the association entered into a 3-year agreement with U.S. Security Associates to provide community patrol services. That agreement expired on yesterday, November 30th, and has moved to a month-to-month. To ensure that the association is receiving quality service and competitive rates, a request for proposal for patrol services was released on September 3rd. A total of 12 proposals were received, with year 1 costs ranging from $2.12 million to $2.96 million. All proposals were evaluated on several factors, including the proposed training program, the functionality and features of the guard control software, human resources practices, HOA experience, and overall costs. After narrowing down the field to 3 finalists, interviews were held with an executive committee of the board as well as staff. The year 1 costs for these for this patrol contract represents a 12% increase over the fiscal year 2021 budgeted cost for patrol services. And what staff is asking the board of tonight is to approve to enter into a 3-year agreement with a total cost not to exceed $8,270,000. Then upon contract execution by both parties, the chosen contractor will be identified.
Okay, to get our discussion started, can I have a motion with regard to this item?
I'll move that we enter into a 3-year agreement with a total cost of not to exceed $8,270,000. Upon contract execution by both parties, the chosen contractor will be identified.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Now we'll move into a discussion time. Before we get started with the discussion, I just wanted to point out that we had a special workshop about our security RFP that was going out. This workshop was held back, I believe it was in August, and it was related to the RFP that we were sending out. There were 4 key issues that I came out of that meeting with. One of them had to do with recommendations related to the mobile estates. And we went through a process of meeting with our estates committee and made some recommendations for changing those. There was a strong suggestion about contracting with the Riverside Sheriff's Office full time. Talked to the Riverside Sheriff's Office, talked to the city about that. I did. The Sheriff's Office suggested to us that we didn't need more sheriffs and that we had all the sheriffs that we needed once something happened. They are instituting now, maybe you're aware, maybe you're not, of a Riverside Sheriff Office voluntary force that's in the process of being deployed with the city, where we're going to have volunteers available in our community that'll be working with the Sheriff's Department to get more eyes on the ground. We also have an opportunity with our new contract to increase our community patrol and focus our efforts in areas that are of concern. That also covers the next thing, where there was a strong recommendation for a dedicated parking patrolman, and that comes down to a process with the new company, or in the revised contract, I should say, of what we focus our attention on. And then the last thing was that we needed a dedicated staff at Bluebird Hall to answer the phones and work toward a 24/7 ability, and that's part of the conversation that we're having with the new contract and the new provider. So I just wanted you to know that we are listening, and that was a case where we deliberately looked at our RFP, listened to the suggestions of the community, and are working toward a resolution to those. It takes time to get this stuff all done. Stay tuned. We'll give you better answers as we move forward. So do we have anybody from the community that would like to speak on this discussion, on this item?
Yes, sir. Art Clementer.
Okay, Art.
Hi, Chris. Thank you again. So the one issue on that I had brought up on that Zoom meeting for the security, and everybody else chimed in, and I mean, there wasn't that many people, but the people are there thought it was worthwhile discussion. I didn't hear it followed up on, was having a dedicated in-house POA manager of security that would be under Corey, and obviously, report up the chain from there. Someone that's a retired police officer's requirement, perhaps a sergeant. So when we had the solicitors come through, like they do every year from the pest control company, the only reason that was shut down was because I called code enforcement at the city, and then they called the company and then fined them on that after the fact. I'm happy to do that and help out, but I don't think members should have to be doing the job of that. A dedicated manager would have jumped on that. When the security detained them, they should have gone out there. The dedicated manager, who's a prior police officer, knows how to talk to these people. He takes his driver's license. He tells them, you're trespassing. Tell me who brought you in here, when you got in here, how many other people are in here, or I'm calling the police and you're going to go to jail. That's how you deal with people like that. We don't just sit there and escort them out. It doesn't do any good. They come back every single year. So I'm just a little disappointed that was no follow-up on that, but it is what it is. So I want to,
Well,
as far as the community volunteer program goes, yes, I am the first person. I've already joined. I was sworn in last Tuesday, so I am getting involved. So if you're going to say get involved in something like that, please spare me, okay? Because I am involved. I've already joined. I am the first person to be part of that. Thank you for your time.
What I want to say to you, Art, is that the issue of a POA manager of security is not related to the RFP or to this contract. It's related to how we staff our POA. We're in the budget process right now. I would like to think that recommendation is under consideration by our management and our staff, and we'll see how that comes out in the conversation.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Do we have any other comments?
Yep.
We have no virtual hands raised. If anyone who'd like to speak could raise it now.
Okay, so we have some discussion amongst the directors. Who'd like to go first?
I will, Chris. First of all, so I can let everybody know that Chris and I worked with Corey to evaluate, as board members and general manager, to evaluate the bids. And there were 12 companies that submitted bids, and they were quite elaborate bids, as you might imagine. Corey did a great job breaking down each facet of the bid and presenting them in a comprehensive matrix that really made it easy for us to evaluate. We could look at the different categories and see where some excelled over others. Some of the categories we looked at and considered was training or software, report analysis, pay scale, drug screening, recruitment standards, event staffing, HOA experience, and there were quite a few more items that we considered. The company that was selected by us and was recommended for approval tonight rose to the top of all those categories. And we considered, with their history and high-end HOA clients and length of service that they've had with those clients, I feel very comfortable in selecting them for our community. I expect we will see much higher levels of service in all areas, and our members will experience that at the gates and with the patrol officers and the personal interactions with the patrol. This decision is based on many facets, but most significantly, the needs of our community and the concerns and comments we have heard over the past 3 years from the membership about our security. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting this company on board.
I'd just like to add to Joe's comment. He summarized very nicely. We had in-depth interviews with 4 of the companies, and our interviews, we had a long list of questions. And the thing that I was most interested in is the depth of the management team and their attention to detail on what we were talking about. And the company that we have selected to negotiate with, I believe, brings us a very attentive management team that is going to help us with the kind of implementation of our community patrol that we're looking for. Other comments?
I don't think I have any particular comment because I'm not really sure who this company is, but I do trust your judgment in the decision that's made and the financial aspect of it.
Thank you, Jim.
And I just want to say thanks to Joe and Chris for agreeing to work with Corey and doing all of this research and stuff for us. So I do support the recommendation to enter into a 3-year agreement not to exceed the 8270. So I think it's a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting way. We're awarding a contract to a player to be named later. So it's basically we've approved the budget for it, but we just haven't approved the company for it. People are noticing, I hope, and I'm sure that there's an increase over the current cost of patrol services. You know, our goal as a community is to try and provide better and better services as we go down the road. And sometimes that comes with new companies, and sometimes it comes with enhancement from existing companies. So we're not sure which way it's going to go, but in the end, one of the things that we did see from our last transition was there was a change of companies, but many of the members were not necessarily, I think, receptive to the idea that a lot of the employees just changed uniforms and realize that employee and the employee base that's out there, these security companies are probably sourcing off the same loads of people, and there was some discussion last time about the added benefit of having people who are already familiar with the community when we take on a new company, if that's what we end up going down the road and doing, as opposed to trying to train all brand new staff. So again, not sure who the company is going to be as we go forward, but for those who may be paying attention and start seeing familiar faces with the continuing of the security contract with a different company, if it goes that way, that's probably done by plan. And hopefully people understand that it's the management of that company that is responsible for their effectiveness in their job.
Yeah, Tom, I would just like to respond to you and say that there's a whole, that was one of the questions we had, the whole process of how they determine who they're going to continue to use and not use. And the company that we've selected to negotiate with was impressive in the process that they're going to use, so that we are keenly aware of that. All the companies addressed it, and it is something that they have. There's pluses and minuses from doing that, and I think that we're headed down the right track. I will also say that we need to negotiate with these companies. This is a if I can say it's a contract that's reimbursable in nature. And we designate the number of hours that we think that we need for our security, and the numbers that you see here. This is not a firm fixed fee contract. This is a reimbursable contract. So we have to negotiate rates and overhead rates and all of that. And that's a process that we need to go through. We wanted to make sure that we had the board's approval, because again, we can't talk to each other except right now, to move ahead with this limited amount of information based on the recommendation that came from staff and from Joe and I. I will say that the board agreed and elected Joe and I as their executive committee to carry out this review process. So it was not something that I just said, everybody stand back, Joe and I got this. This is something that the board agreed that how they wanted to handle this. Other comments from the directors?
When will the announcement be on what company was chosen?
Corey or Eric?
Probably in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I guess my comment is it wasn't really clear from this that it's still going to be a negotiated contract. So, but it won't change the fiscal impact, will it?
It could. This is why we're talking about a not to exceed number.
Okay.
But I would like to echo what was said, is that the community continues to talk to us about improving our security, improving our community patrol, improving the enforcement of our rules. That takes manpower, and it takes training, and it takes proper supervision and oversight. And this is a good investment in my mind to try to reach out and touch that issue. And I think that we're on our way with a company that can help us do that. Okay, any other questions or comments? I would like to call for the question. I have a motion and a second to approve negotiating for a community patrol services contract with a particular vendor with a not to exceed a 3-year cost of $8,270,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next item. This is item 7.4. All this conversation has me getting my papers mixed up, excuse me. 7.4 is the approving an alternate committee member appointment. Can I have a motion to, maybe I should ask Cheryl for a presentation on this, please?
Thank you very much and good evening. The ACC committee is requesting or recommending to fill a position of one of two vacancies in the ACC alternate positions. The ACC committee has interviewed and voted to recommend Dave Humphreys to fill one of the alternate member committee positions. The ACC committee recommends that the board of directors approve the appointment of Dave Humphreys to fill an alternate position to the ACC committee contingent upon execution of a confidentiality agreement effective immediately.
Can I have a motion for approving this committee appointment?
I move to approve the appointment of Dave Humphrey to fill the alternate position of the ACC committee contingent upon the execution of a confidentiality agreement.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Moving on to 7.5, a similar committee appointment for the Green Committee. Steve?
Good evening. The current men's golf club representative is stepping down at the end of 2020. Dave Nickel was selected by the men's golf club to be their new representative on the Green Committee, effective January 1st, 2021. After brief discussion, the Green Committee unanimously accepted the men's golf club selection of Dave Nickel as their representative. It's recommended the board of directors approve the appointment of Dave Nickel to the Green Committee to fill the upcoming men's golf club representative vacancy effective January 1st, 2021.
Can I have a motion to accept this, to approve this committee appointment?
I move that we approve the appointment of Dave Nickel to the Green Committee to fill the upcoming men's golf club representative vacancy effective January 1st, 2021.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Back to you, Steve, for 7.6.
This is for Green Committee alternate. The Green Committee charter was revised by the POA Board of Directors and approved on August 4th, 2020. This provided the committee with the opportunity to add an individual as an alternate member of the committee. The Green Committee met and discussed an addition of the alternate. They voted and recommended William Furlong to fill the vacancy at the November 12th meeting. It is recommended the Board of Directors approve the appointment of William Furlong to the Green Committee alternate vacancy contingent upon the execution of a confidentiality agreement effective immediately.
Can I have a motion to approve this Green Committee appointment?
I'll move that the board approve the appointment of William Furlong to the Green Committee alternate vacancy contingent upon execution of a confidential agreement effective immediately.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, we want to move on to item 7.7, approval of the golf course landscape maintenance contract. Steve, do you want to talk us through this?
So our golf course maintenance contract is expiring and the POA went out to bid to ensure we are receiving the best services for the cost. On October 5th, the POA put out an RFP for golf course landscape maintenance services. We received 3 bids ranging from $67,920 to $80,450 per month, with a yearly increase ranging from 2% to an average of 3%. The lowest bid was $67,920 per month, and a yearly increase using the formula of 75% of employment cost index plus 25% of consumer price index. This averages out to about 3% annual increase. Along with the contract base price, the POA included 3 bid alternatives to maintain the drought tolerant areas of the golf course. The POA currently maintains the drought tolerant in-house and would like to have a professional landscape vendor take over the maintenance for better appearance. Bid alternate 1 included the maintenance of the drought tolerant in its current condition for $10,310 per month. Bid alternate 2 was refurbishment of the drought tolerant areas and maintenance for the first 12 months for $14,150 per month. Then alternate 1 base price every month after. Bid alternate 3 is a refurbishment of the entire drought tolerant area, including new irrigation, plant material, ground cover, and maintenance for the first 12 months for $38,790 per month, then alternate 1 base price every month after. The contractor the staff is recommending was the lowest and a very reputable contractor. Staff is also recommending bid alternate 2 along with the base contract price. The majority of the first year alternate 2 would come out of the operating budget in the amount of $10,310 a month, with the difference between alt 1 and alt 2 coming from the reserves, which is a one-time added cost for the refurbishment. The operating budget for the POA maintenance of the drought tolerant area would cover 95% of the yearly cost to change for vendor to maintain, and would mean little change to the operating budget. Fiscal impact is $78,230, including the drought tolerant maintenance, plus a yearly increase using the employment cost index and the consumer price index formula after the first year from the operating budget. The additional work from the bid alternate 2 of $45,925 would come out of the reserve fund 02670. Contract length is 72 months from February 2021 through the end of January 2027. Staff requests the board of directors to approve moving forward with the monthly contract cost with a yearly increase plus bid alternate 2 to come from the operating budget, with the balance of bid alternate 2 coming from 02670. When the contract is executed by both parties, the contractor will be identified to the members.
So this is a firm contract, and there's not negotiation as with the security contract. Is there? I'd actually like you to tell us who the low bidder was and who you intend to enter into a contract with.
The low bidder was Brightview. They're our current contractor.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any comments from members?
No, sir.
All right, good. You said you had none?
No.
Okay. I should have a motion first before we enter into the board discussion. Can I have a motion related to executing golf maintenance contract 7.7?
I'll move that the board of directors approve moving forward with a monthly contract cost with a yearly increase plus bid alternate 2 to come from the operating budget, with a balance of bid alternate 2 coming from 670. When the contract is executed by both parties, the contractor will be identified to the members, which has just been identified as Brightview.
Thank you, Joe. Do I have a second?
It's been a long night. I need to ask, when do you make a subsidiary motion?
After you second this one.
Okay, I'll second this one.
Okay. Go ahead.
So my subsidiary motion is that I would recommend that we extend the contract to 75 months so that it ends in April of 2027 to coincide with the end of our fiscal year.
Okay, and the way that I can't say that word tonight. Subsidiary motions work is they replace the motion that's on the floor. I need a second for that subsidiary motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Jim. So that stands as the motion. It includes what Joe just read, plus the idea that it would be a 75-month contract, so it would align with the budget cycle that we have. Okay, open for discussion. Who'd like to speak?
Well, I will, and I was going to bring that up, but I thought that would come up in discussion rather than a subsidiary motion. So, but I'm glad it got
okay.
I do have some notes I want to say that I am excited to see that maintenance contract process completed. It's been 12 years since we've had a competitive bid on the golf course maintenance, and it was nice to see that it followed through, and it was beneficial, I think, for all parties. The scope of work was expanded to improve course conditions, and I'm pleased to see that we're getting more service for less cost in our base maintenance contract. So that was one of the benefits that came out of this. In regards to the drought tolerant areas that are addressed in alternate 2, it is the most practical choice. Operations have been maintaining the drought tolerant areas since they were installed back in 2015 and has a difficult time keeping ahead of the plant growth, and that at times seems to be overtaking the course. Alternate 2 will put the responsibility of the drought tolerant areas on the maintenance contractor, and it calls for the plant material to be reduced in those areas from 20 to 50%, depending on which areas they're referring to, they're working on. And there's only a one-time first-year cost on that. The ongoing maintenance to be done will be done for a reasonable increase from our current costs, and it will be off the burden of operations and onto the maintenance company, who's out there every day with their crew, and it just makes more sense that they're the ones that are maintaining it. Just a side note, by reducing the plant material 50%, in some areas 20%, reducing it to 20%, there should be significant water savings from the large plant reduction that'll take place, that'll be done in the first 6 months. I believe the golf community will be pleased with our decision and look forward to continue our relationship with Brightview.
Thank you, Joe. Other comments?
Just about the change of the date, the only benefit that I can see for having it on cycle is that it ends at the end of our fiscal year. But contrary to that is you also don't have information about the renewal contract until after the budget process is completed. So now you don't know a value that's maybe as accurate going into that budgeting for the future, in this case, 6 years.
Well, Tom, in response to that, I would think that they would have issued the RFP well in advance of the end date of the contract so that they would have those cost information available for the start of the budget of the fiscal year.
That's, like right now we're in December. This is talking about a February contract to start. All those dates seem, reasonable to me. Making it at the end of April, I would think that we might not get a contract back or a quote back for the next cycle, for after 6 years until maybe February or March. And by then the budget process is over. So you've got a new contract going into a budget cycle that you really didn't know going in. You might be able to guess, but it may just be, kind of, pennies compared to the overall picture here.
We're in that same thing now. We're in the middle of our fiscal year and we're changing contracts. So this way, at least at times with the end of the fiscal year, with the hope that staff would start the process early enough to have the bids and to have the approval of the contract in time for the start of the fiscal year. Or for the start of the budget process, for that matter.
Other comments?
Brightview has been very cooperative in that we've been working on a month-to-month with them for some time. So if things get extended or delayed, I don't see that an issue 6 years from now. But it just kind of makes sense to me that this contract should coincide with our fiscal year. So I'm okay with it ending on April 30th.
Jim, do you have anything to suggest? Anything to add?
No, I'm okay extending it.
Okay, so and nothing about renewing the contract, or not renewing, but awarding this contract as we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to offer my observations. I was very, very pleased to see Brightview come through as the low bidder. And actually, Joe and I, again, were elected by the board to do the review process. They're the most qualified. They have demonstrated ability. Our golf course is looking better than it has in many years. I only hear stories about the golf course looking bad because of poor maintenance, and that has never been the case with Brightview. So that comes as a very a nice situation for me. You know, I live on the golf course. I live on drought tolerant. It's extremely important to me that we get to where that is maintained so that the beauty of our course is benefited by the beauty of our drought tolerant areas. That's not something that I just talk about. It's something that many of the owners throughout the golf course talk about because it is unruly and it's not green all the time. That was part of the intention, but the new RFP talks about this refurbishment so that we end up with plants that maintain their beauty, drought tolerant, but maintain their beauty throughout the year. I think it's going to be a wonderful change, and I think it's going to add to the view lines that we have of that beautiful park area that we call our golf course. Needless to say, I'm in strong support of this. Any other comments about this contract?
Yeah, Chris?
I have a motion. Yeah,
Chris,
go ahead.
I just want to clarify something. You talk about colorful flowers. Alternate 2 does not allow for any new plants. Alternate 2 is just a reduction in the existing plants and spacing at 20% in the playable areas and 50% in the non-playable areas. So the coloring in the golf course, while it might be healthier and better irrigated and look nicer, the coloring is not going to change. There was alternate 3 that allowed for coloring, for new plants and all new.
Well, as I understood it, Joe, alternate 3 called to strip out all the plants that were there, redo the irrigation system so that everything was on drip system, and put in a wide variety of plants. My understanding of alternate 2 was that they were going to take out all the plants that didn't comply with the plants that we have. They were going to leave the watering system in place, but they were going to go through a process of upgrading what we have so that it would maintain its drought tolerant beauty throughout the year.
Yes, that's the goal. But I just, so you understand, the plants we aren't going to get any new plants.
Well, you say we're not going to get any new plants, but that was not my understanding. I mean, if you look out in front of some of the places that have now been stripped away, there are no plants. And in front of my house, there's a big, huge area that doesn't have any plants. And if we're not going to get any new plants, what are we going to do with all that dirt? Well, that was not the idea. This is supposed to be restored so that we create a situation. That was my understanding of alternate number 2. Create a situation where it was good for the golfers, and that had to do with the plant spacing and the playable areas and the non-playable areas, but preserving everything that we had that was good, including the irrigation system.
I'll refer to Steve on that.
I can interject to do some clarification for you both if you like. So alternate 2, Chris, you're familiar with their test area there behind hole 7. That is mostly, and there is transplants, but that is mostly the original drought tolerant. The other plant material has been stripped away, but there are some transplants from areas and slightly and some new plants that would be brought in to do a cohesive, mostly year-round green aesthetic and eye-pleasing areas. It's not a total refurbishment. I think, Chris, you understand that it's not a total refurbishment.
I understand that, and I long ago said that what Mark did behind hole 7 is beautiful. I like that very much. And the way you described it, the way you just described it is what my understanding was, and so I'm going to go forward with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? I have a motion and a second to award a golf maintenance contract to Breakview as described. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Let's move on to item 7.9. And let's see, Joe, are you going to talk about this? This has to do with our walking on the golf course issues.
Well, yeah, like you, I've got to find my paperwork.
Take your time. It's been a long night.
Yeah, it has.
Are we on 7.8, sir? I think we.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I believe we're on 7.8.
Oh, you're right. I skipped 7.8. Thank you, Harmony.
Sure.
Joe, do you have more time to look for your paperwork?
Thank you.
Let me go back to 7.8. This is approval of our operating budget model. Jeannie, I wonder if you'd just give us a brief description of what this is and where it's going for, changes we made, so that we can hopefully act on them.
Okay, hopefully I can remember all the changes after this time. I don't want to have to read this for everybody. I think the background is pretty understood. The recommendation, we can just go to the operating budget itself. Clarified a few issues. The major changes are based in the financial target line, financial target for the operating budget. Just kind of clarified the language regarding the fees charged to cover the direct cost of providing the service. There was some request for clarification on that during our last discussion. Number two, to ensure that the revenue generating sales covered the cost of providing the service for all direct items mentioned. It would exclude items such as utility costs and facilities maintenance. The thought process there was, for example, the lodge budget, the revenue generated should not be responsible for covering the utility cost and facilities maintenance costs, because that's kind of an it's an amenity cost, that's the responsibility of the POA. So we put together some potential changes to the regular assessment for the operating budget based on some input from people. I think hopefully my math is correct, but currently our contribution is $24.27 a year for our members. We're looking at an increase of to $25.32 or $105 for an annual basis, which is about between $8 and $9 a month for members. And that would cover the increases that we're anticipating in the headwinds, as well as any potential increases due to having to meet the goals. We looked at financial targets and assessments, and excuse me, we're indicating that the dues increases should not exceed the annual increase in the published consumer CPI for Southwestern Riverside County, and to ensure that the assessed fines are appropriate to encourage compliance and comply with all legal requirements. The financial targets for the reserve budgets, we worked on that language a little bit. To ensure that the annual contribution to the repair replacement reserve is funded at a level which provides sufficient funding to maintain the association's existing and future assets as determined through the annual review. The annual review is what's required by the board to do. This year we picked our subcommittee to do that. Excuse me, ensure that the annual contribution to the road repair reserve is kept at a level which provides sufficient funds for immediate major repairs, need to bring the roads back to an acceptable condition as defined by the road reserve study. And then after that, to ensure that our annual contribution is kept at a level which protects the roads upon completion of the major repairs. Took our capital improvement projects and tried to define as minor and major to kind of address that question regarding special assessments. So minor capital improvement projects are those projects which the total project cost does not exceed the current funding limits established in the bylaws and should not require funding in addition to the annual projected fund balance. Excuse me, my voice is going. Major capital improvements are those projects which the total project cost exceeds the current funding limits established by the bylaws and could require funding by special assessment. So then we put together a couple of, a chart on the next page, just to kind of show recommendations for repair and replacement reserve, keeping it funded at the same level that it's currently funded at. The road repair reserve, we would take from $1 million up to 1.5, which was an increase of $500,000 annually. With the member annual contribution of 105, increase 105, but our capital improvement fund we're suggesting goes down to 700,000, decreasing it by 500, which then is the wash for the road repair reserve.
Okay, thank you, Jeannie. I'd just like to remind everyone that this is not a decision to raise our assessments. This is a roadmap of what we're interested in, what we recognize as a board, and listing what our expectations are, so that the staff and the finance committee, as they review the staff's work, know what the board is thinking about long before we get to the workshop that occurs when the budget is almost finished.
In February.
Okay, in February. Can I have just to start the discussion, could I have a motion to approve the operating budget model for fiscal year 21-22?
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Joe. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Jeannie. Do we have any comments from members? Harmony?
No, sir. No,
Okay.
I'm sorry, we don't.
Discussion of, okay, I may have missed what you said, I'm sorry. Discussion amongst the directors, what are your thoughts?
I'll start. I got, I guess questions. You know, we had this on the discussion item last month and really didn't get a chance to talk about it much. I'm seeing that last month did not have value stated, and this month it does. It's almost like we've created the budget before the budget's been created, kind of the cart before the horse. I'm not so sure and I'm comfortable with the idea of we've already got numbers outlined and listed when we haven't even gone through the budget process. So I'm not sure that it's appropriate to really put that stuff in here, even if it's just a goal or a target. I mean, anything is a target. So I'm a little concerned that putting these values down, that becomes now the standard or the baseline that the budgeting process has to somehow achieve. Some things that kind of contradict, you know, in here we talk about the operating budget going in 2021-22 up about $500,000, and that equates to about 4.3%. And then the very next thing we say is we don't want it to go up more than the CPI, which right now in Riverside County is less than 2%. So those two things don't seem to mesh. And then looking at the security contract that we just approved, that's talking about that one item is a 12% increase from what we currently have on the budget. So, you know, if that goes up by 12, something else has to go down to try and achieve CPI or even just a 4.3%. So I really probably prefer to not see us state any values in this thing. You know, we have first couple pages basically describing what we've done in the past, and, you know, to put it in paper and describe it as good. I think under the operating budget, we have talked about a lot of things being challenges, which, you know, we kind of know each year going in, tax and things that have been listed individually. But one thing we've skipped, and I'm not sure even how we address it, is COVID. We've had a lot of different challenges that have been created to our association through COVID. Our restaurants not being able to be open, people's incomes being challenged, and I think that's also a very big concern that we need to take into this next operating budget cycle to consider. You know, what sort of modifications or changes do we need to accept or imply with this budget process that include the recognition that COVID doesn't seem to be going away, at least not in the immediate future. That may not be here for the entire 2021 year, but that's some kind of an impact that might happen because of COVID changes in our community. I guess I'm not really understanding what is in item number financial target operating budget. It says ensure that fees charged cover the direct cost of providing the service. And maybe it's me coming from the accounting world, but to me, direct cost is from the manufacturing or the production line world, where you have a widget, and a widget has a cost of materials, and you might have some labor costs loaded into it, and that's the cost of your widget. We don't have that environment here in Canyon Ridge. But I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve. If we're talking about somehow increasing revenues over what they are right now, or decreasing revenues over what they are right now, and if so, you know, in what areas or departments are we talking about this with respect to? It seems like food and beverage is covered under the next item, so.
Your microphone's fading in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I'm talking away from the computer.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
So I mean, Jeannie, do you have I guess a better description or understanding about what that financial targets number one direct cost is supposed to mean, or what it's trying to target?
Yeah, the thought process behind that is the fees that we charge for the use of our facilities, for example, the fees we assess should recover our direct cost. What is the cost to provide that service, or that, the fees that we charge under our schedule of fees? So.
Well, and I thought that might be the case, and it's going to be a little bit challenging because you might say that, as an example, a building that we own and we have no cost really has no cost at all to us other than you turn the lights on and turn the lights off. But sometimes we would have a fee associated with the rental of that room, because if it was free, it would be over reserved, and we would have a hard time fulfilling it. Same thing like a campsite. Campsite doesn't have any cost other than utilities, but if campsites were free, the campground would probably be full every day of the year. So we charge a fee sort of to thin the crowd out, or to reduce the masses and make it's a reasonable cost and something that we use to help and recover costs for the association. And in my mind, if we're not collecting something, what I'm hearing is something that's like reducing. If a room rental fee right now is $200 and we feel like the cost of it's only really $20. If we don't collect that $200 from the person that's renting it today, that just means that more goes into subsidy, which means dues is going up to the members. I don't think members are going to want the idea that their dues are going to go up so that we can only charge direct costs to members for utilizing things. I mean, one of the things I thought in my head is like a boat sticker. A decal for a boat is probably $1 or maybe a quarter. I mean, it costs us nothing, but we charge $300 for it because that's a way to help recover our lake lease costs. And if we start getting to trying to directly cost, exactly what something really costs us, and maybe there's a little bit of loaded overhead in that, I think we're just going to be passing a lot of costs down to the members and creating a dues increase just because subsidies are going to go up so much.
Tom, to help me out with the second sentence in that number, it says fee recovery would exclude items such as administrative overhead, utility costs, and facility maintenance. When you look at all of the budgets for all of our different centers, you see that they're all charged for their utilities and they're all charged for their repairs and maintenance. And should the services that are delivered in those facilities, should they be surcharged, or should those facilities be charged for those activities? Should the fees reflect those, or should they not reflect those? And what this is trying to say is that we think the fees ought to be looked at in the sense that they are somehow related to the cost of providing that service, where the POA itself has to maintain the building, do the repairs and maintenance, and has to keep the lights on.
Yeah, I mean, I get that idea, and we have, across the street from me, the baseball field. If somebody comes over and plays baseball during the day, it's nothing. But if they come over at night and we need to power up the lights, they have to pay us a fee to cover the lights. So usage is going to be related to probably utility use and repairs and maintenance, just simply by the fact that other than normal wear and tear, that would happen with say a building that has commonality to many functions, a specific use for a specific facility really is going to be tied to the actual user. Do
you have some revised language you'd like to see on that item number one? I'd like us to talk through this, get it adjusted the way we like it. You made a suggestion about the numbers, but I'm curious, since we're talking about item one under financial targets, how would you like to see that changed?
I don't know what the goal is. That was my confusion, is what are we trying to do? And if the goal is to try and reduce the current revenue value that we're charging a member now for whatever this item is, that by reducing that cost and putting that overhead piece, or whatever you want to call it, back into subsidy, we're in essence shifting money into members and dues as opposed to user fee.
I understand, Tom. I'm asking you, how do you want to change this? If you want to say we don't want to reduce any of the fees, we only want to increase them, I figured this was going to increase the fees.
Yeah, I don't know that I would want to change the fees that would cause members to start paying more money in subsidy. I think leaving them alone is fine. I think if we need to address at facilities or fees for administrative services and the like, try and make sure that we're capturing a reasonable and a fair amount so that the member's not, being put over the barrel, so to speak. But at the same time, we're not having the member pay for a part of the cost and the general membership pay for some other part of the cost. And that.
Speak into your computer.
This concept, go ahead.
I was just telling him to speak into his computer. Keeps turning his head.
Oh, sorry. And I mean, and I got to understand that we're talking about financial target and financial target assessments, financial target reserve. If that doesn't mean that these are set in stone and these are just suggestions or ideas, then it doesn't mean that we're bound by them. But my fear, again, is looking at this document that we're about to vote and approve on, somebody's going to come back to this and say, this is what we said in December, and this is what we have to live by now. And I don't know that I want to live by some of this stuff.
Well, I don't know what to say, Tom. I mean, targets are targets. So this is what we're trying to say. That you've heard me say it before. I'll just say it again. I was very disturbed last year and the year before going to the budget workshop, last year as a director, asking questions about the budget and why we couldn't do it, and being told it's too late, we can't change it. We were told that we had to hit we couldn't do a dues increase, or we had to hit a certain number. And I said, who told you that? And they said, well, it was a couple of people, and it was just understood. Or maybe it was the controller, or maybe it was the general manager. I don't remember. All I know is it wasn't the board. And I thought to myself, this is not correct. The board should set down what they think they ought to see, and let it be a target. Let the finance committee go to work, let the staff go to work. And then the question became, what are we going to do with the assessments? We got COVID. Do we want the assessments to stay the same? Do we want them to go up? Do we want to leave it open? And so that's why those numbers showed up in there, to try to put some structure around that. I don't know if we put underneath the title operating budget model, you really don't have to do this. What would make you happy about it? But if nothing else, this lays out a framework that we can think about the budget. And it was intended to provide an opportunity for the board to recognize what the finance committee and the staff was facing, and to give an opinion early on in the process.
And I get that. I mean, last month, this particular item, as an example, it was posed as a question: should we do this? Now it's in stone, like this is what we're going to do, but we really haven't had any discussion about it. And
we're talking about it right now. So I
understand that.
For those of you that are enjoying this conversation, this is very normal for Tom and I, and that's why I have to interrupt him. I need a change in words so that we can get this thing processed, or I need somebody to say, table the whole thing, we don't want to do it. So can you give me some new words to put in here?
I don't know what words to give you. I mean, I just look at this sentence and this section, it to me says, we're going to shift cost off of the member and onto the general membership. And I don't know what it's really about or why, and why we are considering doing something like this, but that's part of what I thought this conversation is supposed to be about.
That's what we're trying. That's why I asked you for words, Tom. You do not want to shift costs from the, what did you say, from the to the general membership, right? You don't want to shift costs to the general membership?
Yeah, I mean, I think we asked that question years ago. We talked to the general membership about having sort of an all-in inclusive, where you paid one annual dues and all the things that you got in your community were considered part of your dues, and the community said, no, we don't want that. And this seems like it's kind of a shift.
Okay, I have added a sentence to number 1 at the end that says, do not shift costs to the general membership. Does that work for you?
That's fine.
Okay, now let's go on. What's another one you want that got you worried?
It's not so much the words, like I said, the values. I think by setting something here in this document and putting values already down, it's almost like we're approving the budget before we ever got the budget. So I don't know that the values are really something that is appropriate in this model. If we're talking about describing how the budget process works and what the goals of the project are for completing a budget, that's fine. But to put dollar values down, to me, seems premature.
Okay,
so I would just strike all the values out.
Now, when you say strike all the values out, I'm looking at page 4, or PDF page 261. Are you talking about these numbers right here? On the top of that page, potential changes to the regular assessment?
Yeah, where it says potential changes to regular assessment, strike that out. And on the following page, it says potential changes to contributions to capital and all the reserves, strike all that out. Because again, I just think it somehow puts up what seems to be and what some people might impression to be the budget, and we haven't really even had a budget designed yet.
I got it. I understand. I'm not deaf. Now, what I need is an amendment to the motion to make these 2 changes, Tom, if you'd like, because you and I don't get to decide this. All 5 people have to decide this.
Exactly.
As I understand it, you want to add this sentence that says, do not shift costs to the general membership. You'd like to strike the potential changes to regular assessments from the budget model, and you'd like to strike page 5 of 5, when it shows all the numbers. So do you want to move to amend the motion to strike those, to make that addition and strike those other 2 items?
I will make that motion.
Okay, do I have a second to the amendment?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Now, since Tom and I have been monopolizing the conversation, other comments?
Well, I just want to say, I'm sorry, I just want to say this. The idea of putting that potential changes to say, for example, the operating budget was to give the general manager and the finance committee an idea of what they were working with when they worked themselves through the budget. By not giving them any guidance as to what potentially we might do, gets us back in the same situation we were back in February, where there was all the conversation about, oh, well, we were told we had to do this, and we were told we had to cut here, and we were told we had to do that. So that was the only reason for putting this in here, was to give them a guide.
So my suggestion, and I agree with you, is that we make this as the guide, but this is what we're going to approve as a guide without any numbers. And what you do with the finance committee in this document would be up to the finance committee. Just fill in the blanks.
Well, no, it's really up to our general manager. This is the operating budget, and he should be able to make these recommendations that the finance committee can support. The finance committee should not be driving this. They're the oversight committee. So, I'm not sure.
I guess my understanding of this would be just a document to show how we would do it. And then from there, you put whatever numbers you want into it and give it to the general manager. Because I don't think, why would we need to approve this if we just, in other words, you could fill in the blanks and then give it to the general manager. It would be an internal working document.
I mean, I'm just saying that last year it was a little crazy because the information that kept coming back to us is that decisions or directions was being made by a committee in the absence of input from our general manager. So I guess I'd like to hear from Eric.
That's not entirely true. And I don't really want to get into that, but there was a lot of versions of what happened last year, and most of them aren't true.
Eric, so the question is, would you want to have some kind of guide as to what could be supported in an increase in your operating budget? Do you want a guide, or do you just want to not have a guide? That's the question.
Well, we have the text. I just clarified, we have the text. We've got a lot of written text here that lays out what we're interested in. The question is, do we need numbers? Isn't that the question, Jeannie?
Yes.
I think the numbers, if you're still interested in my opinion, I think the numbers develop on their own. I've said before that 95% of what's written here is our process that we do every year anyway. The headwinds are what they are. There's a couple large contracts that factor in, and I mean, it's great as a goal to set out that our operating budget increase will be tied to some index. But as I sit down with all our department heads, which we kind of did ahead of time this year, and I gave you guys a summary, so we're essentially doing the budget in 2 different steps now. I kind of did a pre-interview with all the managers. What are you going to ask for? What are your wants and needs this year? That's all a normal part of our budget development. Only this year I did it before we start, and then I'm going to do it again as we go through the process. And when we're all done, we'll take our minimum wage increases, we'll take cost of living that our employees get, we'll take any mandated headwinds with utility costs, insurance costs, these large contracts, all of these things. And we're going to come up with whatever the operating budget needs to be. And so it's nice to put in words that we would like it to turn out to be whatever, but there's so many factors in play in so many budget departments.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Joe, you have anything to contribute?
No, you guys have hashed it out plenty enough.
Okay, I have an amendment to the motion that adds a sentence, do not shift costs to the general membership under item 1 of financial targets operating budget. Strikes the numbers under potential changes to regular assessment on page 4 and eliminates page 5. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carried. Amendments is changed. So now the motion says that we have a operating budget that is conceptual. It states what we're interested in. It talks about value-based activities. It talks about our goals, our 2021 goals in terms of refining administrative operations and continuing to expand communication and implementing designated projects based on what we have here. And all that is what we're interested in. And as Eric just said, we'll do all of that. We'll consider it. We'll put it together. We'll come forward with our recommendations. The numbers will fall the way they fall. Finance Committee will do its oversight, and that's what we'll talk about at the February budget. Do I have that? Have I summarized that adequately?
Yes.
Not so, Jeannie?
Yeah, 2 thumbs up.
Oh, I missed the thumbs up. Okay,
There we go.
Joe, you're okay? Tom, you're okay?
Hey, I put 2 thumbs up, Tom.
Yeah.
You got to at least put 2 up there. Okay, that's better.
All right, I have a motion and a second to do what I just described. Harmony, I hope you got that all written down, that you're recording this, so you can make sure it lands in the minutes. This is something that's important to me, important to our board. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Now, Joe, you found your paper, 7.9.
Yes, I found my papers, thanks. Golf course, walking on the golf course. A little background. The idea of allowing members to walk on the golf course was brought to the Green Committee in 2017 from the then titled Facility Planning Committee, and about 2 years later from a member of the Recreation Committee. Both committees agreed it was a golf course matter and should be addressed by the Green Committee. On both occasions, the Green Committee gave it full consideration, excuse me, with open discussions of committee members and guests. The same conclusion was reached each time, which was to maintain the existing rules which do not allow non-golfing members to utilize the golf course for walking. The same subject came up to the October 2020 board meeting as a discussion item, at which the concerns of the Green Committee were stated and alternate locations were suggested. The Green Committee feels that they have the best interests of the PLA in mind with their recommendation to restrict member use of the golf course for walking. Some talking points that were brought up was the reclaimed water use prohibition to body contact, safe chemicals use on the course, scheduling concerns only 1 day a month, outside vendors on site, or maintenance equipment on the cart paths. Alternate locations were also discussed, which is the Lodge walking path, the BLM land behind the fire station and outside the north gate, the Eastport parking lot, Canyon Lake roadways with the new striping, outside the east gate at Audie Murphy, the track. Let's see, there's a track and a bike walking trail along Salt Creek. There's obviously no fiscal impact, and the recommendation is that the board of directors maintain the existing restrictions related to walking on the golf course according to GC 3.11, and I won't read that.
So I need a motion to accept that recommendation.
Make a motion to accept it.
Second,
Second.
any discussion?
Yes, I have one. I would like us to also consider constructing a walking path at Outrigger Park. It's something that's been kind of on a list. And I think, you know, it would keep our members within our community if they wished, rather than going outside at the East Gate for Audie Murphy and the Salt Creek. So just, it might be something we want to consider when we're doing our 5-year plan, that we look at a walking path through Outrigger Park as well.
Wasn't developing that park one of the projects on the 5-year plan?
But I'm just, you know, reaffirming the need for the project.
Okay. I'd like to clarify one thing on the reasons that the Green Committee was talking about the reclaimed water, and there was some concern as to whether or not the reclaimed water today is safe enough for body contact. And as Darcy said earlier tonight, I did meet with EVMWD officials and Darcy, and I got a really good understanding of tertiary water. And by the way, tertiary water is not spelled anything like it sounds. So that was a learning experience. It is reclaimed water from the wastewater treatment area right on River Canyon Road, but treated at a much higher level. Tertiary water is what we get from EVMWD to irrigate our golf course. It's treated similar to drinking water, but not allowed for drinking or to be put in our lake. Our lake is obviously a water reservoir. As clean and harmless as it is, EVMWD cannot allow body contact under conditions of their permit from the state, which allows them to supply reclaimed water to our golf course. And that was the real stickler that they wanted to stress with me, that they, as safe as it might be to come in contact with the reclaimed water, the tertiary water, they cannot allow Canyon Lake to have people come in contact with that reclaimed water. If we allow walkers on the golf course when the irrigation systems are on, we would be jeopardizing our reclaimed water supply from EVMWD. So that is really probably the strongest reason why we want to be careful and not allow walkers on the golf course.
And I expand upon that too a little bit, Joe, and just explain that the proposal was that we would allow this to happen only on the maintenance Mondays and during the overseeding times at the golf course in October. And what Mark described to me, Mark Lauder from Whiteview, was that time is when they actually use the daylight to see what they don't usually see every other day of the week. You know, watering happens a lot of times in the evening hours when it's dark, and so they'll water on Monday and test sprinkler lines so that they can see if they have any problems with valves or heads, etc. And so the sprinklers are very active on that maintenance Monday, and then also during overseeding, you know, there's an incredible amount of water that's used to re-get the new seed to get growing, and so they're watering both day and night, and it just doesn't provide the environment that would be suitable for the public to be walking around at the same time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Already confirmed for me that I have a motion and a second on this item.
1 second. Yes.
Any other discussion?
We had a member
All
comment.
those Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I think we had it was under Tim's. Okay, I guess not. Thank you.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry,
thank you.
Jeannie. Hey, this is Tim. Tim Payne, 4001-007 again. I actually, I believe the gentleman just explained what my concern was, because I said, wait, if we got golfers walking out there, why wouldn't other people? Now, I do agree that they shouldn't, for safety's sake, be out there during play. However, I'm like, wait a minute, what makes the golfers immune to the water quality that other people can't be out there? Now it makes sense that you're talking about opening the golf course during the off hours during irrigation. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Well, Tim, just to give you a little bit more clarity too, they have a watering window, as they call it, and that's the hours that they are allowed to, well, not allowed, the hours that they schedule their watering, and their normal watering on a daily basis, and that is clearly after hours for the golfers from, dusk to dawn, and that's what they do 90% of the time. Maintenance days and course closures, as Tom mentioned, are the days that they utilize daylight hours to water.
Thank you very much. By the way, I've lived here since 1985, so I'm kind of familiar with it, but I do appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much, sir.
You bet.
I do have one question. This is Matt Moorhead. If it's okay to ask. Is there any language in that?
Go ahead.
Is there any language in that regarding people traveling to and from the country club for breakfast that aren't registered golfers or spectators?
I probably should have read the rule. I'd be happy to do that now. Rule 3.11, only authorized persons allowed on the golf course and or cart pass. No persons except registered golfers, maintenance/supervisory personnel, or authorized spectators are permitted on the golf course or cart pass. Cart pass cannot be used to commute from one side of the community to the other. Now, walking to the golf course for brunch or breakfast, lunch, is not going from one side of the community to the other. And I had a conversation with our golf professional, and he didn't know any reason, and I certainly don't know any rules against walking the cart path, the two main access cart paths to go to the country club.
Yeah, I was just reading that as it says no person except registered golfers. So I'm obviously, if I'm going for breakfast, I'm not a registered golfer, but thanks for taking my question.
Yeah.
We have a member, Fred Naha, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear.
Thank you for taking my call. Just one, I've lived here for 15 years, never golfed. I went golfing with my brother once somewhere, and it's fun to do, I'm so sure, but not at the, not the prices golf courses charge. But for the membership that we pay, that I know it covers, I think it covers part of the cost of the golf course. Would it be a good idea to offer the members one day a month, two people, because one person would be kind of boring, at the hours that the golfers normally don't play, that they don't like those hours? Say, hey, if you come on Monday at 11 o'clock in the morning till 2, sign up, and, one day a month you guys can come and play. I don't know very much about golf myself. My brother plays. But wouldn't that be a nice added value to actually for the community, for the people who pay the monthly memberships?
Well, let me just say, I understand what you're saying. That was really one of the genesis of this whole question, just as you've described it. And we've gone through a process, and there's pluses and minuses. And the thing that strikes me is we do have other opportunities for walking in the community. They're not related to the golf course. We've got the water issue. We've got the safety issue. We've got just the whole issue of providing golf for golfers like you're supposed to. So this is where we've ended up after that discussion. Any other comments, Harmony?
So that means
No, sir.
Okay, so that was a no, basically. Okay.
Well,
that's right.
I'll expand a little bit too. When I talked to Mark Lauder, he was familiar with communities that have golf courses that allow their members to walk around the golf course. But one of the other things they do is they shut the golf course down. So
Oh, no, I'm talking
it's,
about
it's an
playing.
all or nothing. I mean, if you decide you're going to have walking on the golf course, that could be a decision the community makes. But you'll also cut off the revenue stream for any golf that might want to be played during those hours.
I'm not talking about
Okay,
walking
please,
around. I'm
please,
talking
please,
about
please.
actually playing.
Chris, I think he's talking about inviting players to, or new residents that aren't golfers to come down and experience the golf on the golf course. Is that correct? Yeah, you're muted, but I think that's what he was asking. And I wanted to tell him that I don't know if there's any promotions going on right now, but the golf shop does run promotions every once in a while. And at some points they offer free golf for first timers, or they offer golf and lunch at a really discounted rate for first time golfers. So you might want to check the website, the golf course website, and see what the promotions are available.
I'm sorry for misunderstanding that. Thank you for the clarification, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to call for the question unless there's other comments. All those in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I want to move on to item 7.10, proposed architectural standard. Eric? I should just say, just in a word of introduction, this is an idea that a few people have talked to me about. It's one that I have concern of. I know, Eric, it's something that we have talked about and you're concerned about. And I think it's something that allows us to strive toward being the resort-style community for our permanent residents. So if you're prepared to talk about that, that's great. If you'd like us to table this, we can do that also.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
I sure can.
Okay. I sent this to you guys earlier today. It's a very rough draft. It's a work in progress. You probably didn't have time to look at it since we basically had an hour break between meetings. But I'm sure there'll be lots more conversation about this. This is essentially a rough first draft of trying to standardize our community. Item one, I think this is probably going to be written and rewritten and looked at by committees and looked at by the board, and many more words added and tweaked. So I'm just kind of unleashing a draft here. We don't really have to spend a lot of time talking about it. I think first and foremost, we want to agree that any new structures will be professionally designed. Any new buildings obviously would be professionally designed. I know there's some objection by the board and other people, including myself, about putting a modular building in Eastport. It kind of looks like a portable classroom, and it served its purpose, and it was inexpensive. And you know, a group of leaders at that time decided that that was a good way to go, to put an inexpensive building there. And you know, as boards change, directions change, and so I think the goal is to not just plop down a modular building. There are objections about the way the Marine Patrol building looks, although the direction staff was given at the time was, you know, find a new place to park our Marine Patrol trailer, which had been parked at Happy Camp for years. So we did that, and instead of renting a trailer, we built this very simple rectangular building. People object to how that looks. It's not very fancy. In retrospect, we could have spent more money and had someone professionally design that. And so that's the kind of thing we're trying to avoid. I agree with all that. And like I said, depending on who the leadership is at the time, the directions are different things. And so both of those buildings, as example, were placed by staff at the directions of whoever was in leading the board at the time. So the item one is to try to avoid that in the future. And then item two is kind of where my passion is. The last 4 years, we've done a lot of new monument signage. We've made a great effort to standardize the stone that we're using and the stucco colors that we're using, and the powder coated blue tops of the lighthouse. We changed the lighthouse in the lake, And this part of the document is basically an effort to document all the new things we've done since I've been here. All the shade structures at the pool used to be green, some of them tan. All throughout the community, we've decided to use one color, navy blue. And so that's a new standard that we've come up with. Just as an example, we redid the whole pool deck, as you know, for $250,000, and there's a lot of colored concrete there. So we made a big effort to choose something that we can use there, and perhaps on the front deck of the front patio of the lodge, and all the colored concrete as we go forward. I'm just documenting through this part of the document what we have recently used. And obviously, if we do something else utilizing this material, it'd be nice to kind of stick to the same color palette. And basically, that's it. Signage talks about how we did all of our monument signs. I'll show you some pictures here. I won't get into the minutiae of this. You guys can look at it. But here's a new monument sign at the country club. This is one type of stone, and the document spells out what the stone is, what the stucco color is, what the powder coated blue lettering is. All the same materials were used here. The document is, like I said, it's a rough draft, but it'll also go into the type of landscaping we're using in the stone, and you can see the landscaping here. All of this is very immature landscaping. We talked about this earlier today. A lot of these are gallon-sized plants, and a couple of years from now, this will all fill in and look really nice. Same thing here. This is another new monument. If you look at this monument and this monument, you can see the colors are the same. We have another monument that was done kind of right when I got here at the main gate, and it's all the same things except for the stucco is yellow. And so right now we have 3 monuments, they don't match. Someday I would like to make this white like the other 2. That's the type of thing that this document will accomplish. If that's not what the board was asking for, then I'm way off base, and we spend a lot more time on item 1, which is writing some sort of a description of what our new building should look like. I don't know if I'm on track or not, Chris.
I really appreciate you doing this, Eric. I don't want to be the first to speak, but comments from the board.
So you get the idea of what this is. Like I said, it's a draft and wide open to take this wherever you want.
Yeah, I got to say that I am really happy with the way things are looking around the community over the last 5 years. It's just a huge improvement, and especially from the outside, the image of Canyon Lake, just when you drive by and you see our gates and you see the way things look, just kudos to you and the entire group of people that are putting this all together to make the community just look so much nicer.
Thank you.
I agree with what Tom just said.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, it's spread out as our community is. It's easy to get different designs in different parts of the community, and to standardize this now going forward, and knowing that things will be matching as you drive through the community, you'll feel a lot better about it. I think it's a great idea. Long overdue.
Eric, where do you want to take it from here?
I mean, I'd like to maybe complete the document and at least commit to paper everything that's in my head of what we've done the last 4 years and the colors we've used. And, people come and people go. Boards come, boards go. Managers come, managers go. There's still a sign on my back door that says, honk if you've ever been a Canyon Lake general manager. And I leave it there to remind me that, I'll be gone pretty soon. And somebody else will come along. At least we've written this down. And, I think this board and probably a committee, I think this board's probably going to suggest that FPC or, some other committee take a look and make their comments. And, they like this, they don't like that. A lot of these things we've done quite a bit of. And so we're sort of committed on a pathway. And so, somebody speak up if you don't like it, because we're going down a road now. And is it all perfect? No. Did we have a whole ton of professional guidance choosing some of these things? Not every time. So, I mean, I think this document is, I'll finish it and I'll give it to the board and whatever committees you want, and we'll continue to refine it, I guess.
Do you
Could
see
you
it,
scroll back up to the top too so I can see the words? Go ahead, Jeannie.
and do you see it kind of getting into even a little bit more detail where you would say no exposed conduits or no exposed ductwork on the outside of the building, or, you know, things like that as well?
Well, honestly, no, I think that's common sense. And I think if you read item 1, if we designed a building and we had a professional design it and they had conduit on the outside or ductwork on the outside, I think we'd fire them on the spot.
I used to have to write it into all my contracts too.
I understand that, but I guess I'm just a little more Joe obvious, like that kind of thing is pretty obvious to me. And I would hope that a board or management 5 years from now would latch onto that, go, that's not okay, don't do that. I'm happy writing, that's why I'm saying this is definitely a work in progress, and I'm happy to add as many words as you want to this and have it say whatever you guys want to say, because you guys requested that we do this, and here's my first draft. I'll finish it and hand it over to you guys, and I think we'll talk about it some more.
Yeah, I was just curious as to the level of detail you saw this getting.
Not that level. That's not what I meant. That's I'm about less words and, you know, a simple framework.
Yeah, I have just a couple comments, Eric. This is on track with what I was thinking about.
Okay.
You know, Jeannie, I looked up some architectural standards for some of the major institutions that I used to do design work for as an engineer. The architects made them beautiful, but some of these documents are, you know, 50, 100 pages long. They get down to the doorknobs, and I don't think that's what we're looking for here. That's what I wasn't looking for.
No.
I know you know all about that too.
Yeah,
So,
I wasn't suggesting that much detail. Because I mean, the ones that I've worked on, you start with about 5 pages. The next thing you know, it's a 200-page document. So that's
right.
No, thank you.
So the other thing, Eric, is I would like to have, when you get this finished, I hope it's just a few weeks off or a month or so. Is that what you're thinking?
I mean, yeah, a week or two. It's not going to be a whole lot longer. Like, I'll do a better job formatting the pictures and giving examples with some captions. I got to the photos today, and then, you know, I that's about as far as I got.
Well, all I would suggest is, while you have your head around this, if you're like me, it'd be good to wrap it up sooner than later so you don't lose track of where you were. But maybe you don't have the problem I have.
I do, trust me. Oh, look, a squirrel.
Okay, the other thing that I would like to do is I would like the FTC to have a look at this, and I'd like the ACC to have a look at this, just to get their take on, and this is the other agenda item I've got, just to get their take on what they would like to see said that would be consistent with how they see our community.
Okay, and you guys didn't really have a chance to look at this, so feel free in the next couple days to take a quick glance at this. And you know, all of this was just in my head. What have we done recently? I drove around taking pictures. That's new, that's new, that's new, and I'm trying to document those materials. I'm sure I'm leaving a dozen things out that we've done in the 4 years I've been here, and you guys will look at it, and if you think of something that I haven't identified, please let me know, and we'll keep adding to this. I think it's good to get it all on paper in one place.
Great. Any other comments for Eric?
I love the fountain. I love the fountains at the main gate, Eric. I'd love to see the fountain at the country club, so the water as high as the fountain on the main gate.
Okay. We can work on that.
Boy, we're getting picky. Okay, all right.
Because
I'd like to move on.
Can I throw something out there real quick? Just a little levity.
Sure.
I would love to paint this white and get rid of the doorways and make this look a little less Disneylandish. So we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we're getting tired.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, just think about that. We'll talk about it some other time.
Okay, the next agenda item was supposed to be a discussion item. It's getting so late. It has to do with the POA compliance with planning and compliance rules and regulations. I'd be very happy to put this off till next month. I wrote an explanation about what this issue is. It is something I'd like us to talk about and resolve, but we don't have to do it at 10 o'clock at night unless somebody wants to.
I would love to table this till the next meeting. We still have
Okay.
a DC appeal to go through.
I thought you were going to say I'd love to get it done tonight.
No.
Yeah, I'm okay with waiting.
Okay, Jeannie, give me a motion to table. Let's see if we can get this done.
I make a motion to table till our January 12th, 2021 meeting.
I second.
Do I have a second?
We got two
Any
seconds.
discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wake up. Okay, thank you. Motion carried. No, I didn't ask if anyone was opposed, but I think I heard all the votes. Okay, next, are there any member comments on non-personnel issues? Anything any members would like to speak?
No, Chair, I don't have any.
Okay.
It's a miracle.
Okay, General Manager's report, Eric.
Okay, I'm going to make this super short and super sweet. We had a peak of 225 people between Zoom and Facebook today, which is an absolute record. And shockingly enough, what's that?
You can thank me for that one.
Oh, well, thank you, Jeannie, for that one. And shockingly enough, we have 63 people combined still with us between Zoom and Facebook. So thank you everybody for hanging in. It's been a really long day, and I'm glad probably a lot of new people got to see what we go through once a month. And keep in mind, these directors, it's a super thankless job. They don't get paid anything for this. I was on a board in an HOA for 4 years, and it was only because I got Rubio's fish tacos once a month, and we're on Zoom and they don't even get food now. So thank them.
Wait, you said the DoorDash, maybe we would.
I'm getting to the DoorDash thing. So I am. I want to remind people that I saw some comments. I was reading. We have 438 comments on our live feed on Facebook right now, which is also pretty remarkable. And I've been trying to keep up with this throughout the whole thing, and I've responded to some people. I hear everybody's comments. I'll share this with the board. When they have some downtime next week, they can look through all this. But we hear you. We appreciate you being here. I saw some people say, why don't we know what these agendas are? Why don't we know what's on the agenda? Why do we have to rely on Facebook? And what I want to tell people is that today we had a 52-page agenda, and all you have to do is go to our website, and I'm going to try and share my screen real quick. If you go to our Facebook page, and hopefully you can see this, and right here it says, I want to. And today, our web page also says board meeting today. And if you click here, it'll take you right to our agenda for what's happening today. It'll take you to a link to watch the meeting. And if you go to I want to, and you go to this part right here, sign up for, and you click newsletters and notifications. If you click newsletters, you get a newsletter every Friday. It'll tell you everything we're doing. Notifications will tell you when we post an agenda. You'll get a notification, a text message or an email saying we just posted our new agenda, and you'll never be out of the loop, and you'll never say that, hey, I don't know what the board's working on, because we'll tell you every month, and you can read all 52 pages. So please, if you're not signed up for those, please sign up for those. We're trying really hard to tell you what we're doing, and not enough people are subscribed to that. And that's all I have to say about that. Real quick, we're wrapping up our lodge paving contract. The ramp is almost done there, working on the hand railing. The final touches there will be landscaping of the ramp area. We're about to enter into a contract for that landscaping work and button up that hillside by the marina. Super excited to finish that up. The other ADA ramp at Roadrunner Park, we're wrapping that up and just waiting for railing. Next thing will be start working on the permanent building there. The pump track, I know people are interested in this. Our plans are at the second plan check currently at the city. So we're just waiting for the city to, we had a first plan check. They asked for corrections. We made the corrections, went back to the city. City has them looking at now the plans for the second time. Happy Camp, the playground and shade structure at the Happy Camp area. The shade structure has been delivered. We're going to install that. Once that's installed, we'll put in a new playground. At the equestrian center, we've recently done some upgrades there, done a new footing in the arena, and all the lighting in the arenas were converted to LEDs. This is kind of an old topic that we haven't talked about in a while. Dredging. And we had a dredge committee. It's been kind of quiet. I just want to let people know that that isn't a completely dead topic. We can't do a dredging project 5 years, 10 years from now, whenever we get around to doing it, if we don't have permission to do it. And so we've kind of slowly in the background been working on, let's see if we can get permits and get permission. And what I'm getting at is that we have formally applied to the Army Corps of Engineers for a permit to do a future dredging project here. Doesn't mean we're going to do it. Doesn't mean it's imminent, like tomorrow, next year. I don't know when we're going to do it, but we can't do it without permission. So we started to ask for permission. And then the final thing I want to show you is, where is it? Hold on. My Zoom controls are right in the way. I'll close that. That's our budget model. How do I move this? Oh, here we go. I'm excited to tell you that right now, except we're closed, tomorrow morning, you can go to DoorDash on the internet and order breakfast from the country club, and a DoorDash delivery driver will bring it to your house. And this is something I think we've needed. I have a Philadelphia cheese steak sandwich in my basket. The items are a little bit more expensive than they are in the restaurant because we have fees that we have to cover. But I think that's a pretty exciting thing that, especially during COVID, if you don't feel like going out or you're just being lazy, anything on our menu, you can order from the country club, and DoorDash will bring it to you. The Lighthouse will be following. Super excited about that because I've been eating there a lot lately. In the next week or so, the Lighthouse should also be going live on DoorDash, and excited to do that. And then the second part of that is both restaurants will also be on Open Table. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but basically on Open Table, we're not on there yet, but BJ's and Menifee is there. You would go here and say, I have a party of 2. I want a reservation for 10 p.m. And then you click find a table, and it's probably going to say, sorry, we're closed. Better luck tomorrow. And so you'll be able to make a reservation at either place online and have food delivered from either place. And so I'm super excited about that. And there's been enough talking, so I'll stop talking now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I know what you usually say. Let me just say that the board package, the agenda package, is filled with reports from our departments, and I encourage you to have a look at those, more information about what's going on around here. Okay, we're ready to move on to our item 10, board comments. Who'd like to go first?
Mr. President, may I recommend that we go to our ACC appeals? We have a gentleman who's waiting, I believe, to discuss this tonight, and it's already 10:15. That's my comment.
Any objections? Any objections to that?
No objection.
Okay, let's go to that. Cheryl, would you like to take us through this appeal?
You need to unmute.
Cheryl, are you still there?
He's muted.
Oh, we got muted.
Apologies, I thought I clicked it. The opinions were approved to build a new home on December 6th of 2015, which included samples of roofing material of concrete tiles. On February 10th of 2015, the inspectors noticed a non-conforming composition roofing material being placed instead of the approved concrete tiles. The inspector proceeded to place a stop work order on the job, and a notice of stop was placed, and a conversation with the contractor to stop was conducted. During the daily routine, the inspectors drove by again and noticed the work continuing, as well as the following days violating the stop work order. On February 6th of 2018, an appeal of the ACC denial for the non-conforming roof material, a CCNR violation, was reviewed by the Board of Directors. The board's decision was to conditionally approve Mr. Pena a 5-year variance to allow the member 5 years to replace the roof with roofing materials that are in compliance with the association's governing documents and approved by the association. This recorded variance will expire as of February 6th of 2023. Ms. Pena is now requesting a permanent variance. Staff recommends that the Board of Directors uphold their decision of February 6th of 2018 and deny Ms. Pena's request for a permanent variance. So I do believe the Penas are online right now.
Yes, we are.
We're ready to hear from you. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can.
So yes, due to health reasons and COVID and my mom's age, it's forced us to, to sell the home because she's got to go into an assisted living. And we are just looking to see if we can get a permanent variance on this and or see if there's any other options other than, putting the roof on. And the reasons for putting that roof on back in 2016, as I was the owner builder, Sandy and I were, I'm her son. And 2016 was a heavy rainfall season, and I was having trouble getting that material. And so I made a decision based on your, properties owner's manual that we had at the time. And all it says regarding asphalt roofs is that it's not recommended by you guys. It was 100% approved by the city prior with submission to them. And like I said, due to heavy rains and not being able to get that roof in time with the rains coming, I made a decision to put on the other roof based on several other houses in the neighborhood having that same roof as well. And like I said, just recently, in my letter, you guys approved putting a shed with asphalt shingle roof on the pickleball court that was just recently installed. So, like I said, we're looking for, a permanent variance due to health reasons, and we want to just be able to move on and sell the house and not have any future implications to the new owners. And that's about it. Do you have anything to say, Sandy?
Not really. I just think that your on your planning and compliance, it does say, as my son said, it says it's not recommended, but nowhere does it say and the roof is very pleasing to the eye and aesthetically good looking, and we've had many compliments on it. And so I'm just hoping and praying that given everything that we've gone through this year, that you'll let us leave the roof and remove the variance.
Questions or comments from the board?
I think they all went to bed.
No, they haven't all gone to bed. They're all here. We received a packet of information about your case.
Thank you.
We feel very sorry about the situation that your mother is in. We do have CCNRs. One of the things that I was curious about, Sean, is if I can call you Sean, maybe I should say Mr. Pino.
Absolutely, you can call me Sean. I did want to mention
the report that I just wanted to ask my question. The report that we received when they came out and told you to stop work. Did you make any attempt to go back to the planning and compliance and try to get this changed at the time because of the conditions you were facing? From the report we received, this just sounds like you ignored them. And in fact, you took a sign with a red tag on it and threw it away.
With coming and already having city approval for that roof, is like I said, I was able to get as-built change from them, but I didn't think based on the association's verbiage of not recommended that I would have an issue. So I wanted to go ahead and finish, and I did have a conversation with the members that came out to stop, to give me the stop work, because I was here working as well on other parts of the home. And I did tell the guys to keep working as the owner, and half of the, over half of the roof being completed at that time. With weather coming, I wanted my house dried in, and I didn't think that we would have this issue with you guys. And of course we ended up having this issue. But the board back in 2016, they almost approved. There were only two members that at the time that didn't approve the roof. So like I said, they were going to do it back then. But 2 of the 5 members decided against it. My mom was in and out of the hospital twice this past year since COVID started. And, once we almost didn't get her back. So I'm glad we did, and she's here, but now, due to her progressing age, she's, needing to be in an assisted living facility with more care than I can provide for her as her son. And, that's what's kind of forced the sale of the home, so that we can take those proceeds and get her into the proper, place that she needs to be in. So that's basically where we're at now, and that's why we're asking for the permanent variance, and so that we don't have to spend, over $10,000 putting a new roof on.
I just was curious. You say 2 members didn't vote. Usually a 3-2 vote passes. I didn't quite understand the 2 members didn't support it.
Denied it. And 3, or maybe it was 3. It
wasn't unanimous.
It wasn't unanimous, but a lot of them were in favor of it. A lot of the POA board members were okay with it at the time in 2016. But then, like I said, once it went to the corporate, appeal, I guess it was shot down maybe by a vote of 2-3. I may have had that mistaken. But that they did also tell us that we had until our variance time to possibly get that changed. And I know that it's been talked about in here about making that change in here and allowing that sort of roof. I mean, that roof's put on multi-million-dollar homes all over the world. So it's got a 50-year warranty. It's a Class A roof. It's fire rated. I back up to the BLM. The Canyon Lake Fire Department approves it. My homeowner's insurance approves it. So, we're, like I said, we're just looking for a permanent variance here so that we can move on.
A little bit of mercy in a very, very difficult year.
Chris, this is ACC John. May I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead, John.
Okay. I just want to clarify that the board went along and agreed with what the ACC had done, was reject the asphalt roof. We had several complaints. I actually had a contractor call my home personally, a well-known contractor in the community, because this is a CCNR violation. The house was planned to have a tile roof. May have been other tiles that could have been selected at the time. You know, with the concern about having it waterproof, you know, for possible rain. But this has been a comment that other members of the community have made when they're building a house or re-roofing, that they want to have an asphalt roof like this. It's cheaper. And unfortunately, this is a CCNR violation. My recommendation is that you continue with the house, not with the homeowner. Yeah. I thank you for listening to me.
Cheryl, could you please confirm for us that the way the variance is written now is it does continue with the house?
That is correct. It goes with the property. And I would also like to just comment on something that was stated about the wood that shingles are not recommended. The way that it's read and the way that it is in the CCNRs, the rules or the CCNRs basically state that that every dwelling, okay, can only have tile, clay or cement, cedar shake, wood shingles, or built-up roofing. Unfortunately, due to the California fire hazards, we're not allowed to approve shake or wood shingles. So that's the reason why it basically states shake or wood shingles roofs are not recommended.
So how did the city?
So what's the situation with the variance continuing with the property? Cheryl, could you just enlighten us on that?
Well, the variance is written out to where they have until 2023, February of 2023, to make the change and re-roof the house to an approved material within the association. There was also another comment that was made regarding the association changing the CCNRs. Well, we all know that that's one of the problems that we have, is not being able to change that without the vote of the community. So in here, it basically, this was a variance that was already recorded. It was recorded with the County of Riverside, and it basically explains in writing to them what they need to do. I mean, I can read some of it if you would like, but it does go with the property. So unfortunately, even if they sold the house, the new owners would have to comply with this.
Would we make sure that?
Okay, comments from, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Cheryl, would we make sure that it was a contingency of the escrow, or would that just be up to the seller?
Well, both. We don't have to, it's not our obligation to. However, because we have it on record, we would actually inform escrow that this has to happen. And then it is up to the owner to make sure that they disclose this information to the oncoming buyer.
I had a question. Did the city approve that roof and it was the POA that did not approve it?
Well, we could not approve it because it's a CCNR violation.
Okay, but the city could approve it.
Right. Well, they don't base it off of aesthetics. They don't base it off the CCNRs. Okay. The roofing material is nothing wrong with the roofing material. It's just not something that the CCNRs allow.
I'm going to say adherence with the HOA rules is higher standard than adhering with city planning or city rules. I got to say, I think I was part of the appeal committee back years ago when I first started. The benefit here, in the sense of the benefit for you, is that there were over $7,000 worth of fines that were accumulated for the violations of the stop work order, and monthly fines that continued for only 2 years after the fact. And in my mind, the benefit is to you. I mean, you had the option of either paying the fines, or the board at that point in time granted you the ability to waive the fines if you would just replace the roof in 5 years. And that's the path we're on right now. So that $7,000 to me is a value to you in how you handle going forward with getting the roof either corrected now or passing something along to the next buyer, because they don't have the benefit of the $7,000. I mean, they're just going to end up having to pay it if it doesn't get re-roofed when they're owning it. And that's something you need to disclose to them going forward. You're still muted.
So, yeah, so like what you're saying, it's one or the other, right?
That's what the board decided, and that's how the variance is recorded on the order. And Cheryl, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you have until a date in 2023, and it says that should the roof be replaced by that date, that you don't have to pay the fines that were accumulated. But if you don't meet that obligation, which now you would pass on to the next owner, then those fines get back and get reinstated.
So so the only option you guys are giving us here is to put a new roof on.
What options you have are part of your real estate contract. You know, you're going to be able to tell them whatever you want to tell them. They're going to find out about this if they don't already know about it. And just like when you buy a house and you might say, I want a paint allowance or a carpet allowance, they're going to either get an allowance from you for what they're going to have to take on themselves in the next 2.5 years, and they have the same time frame. They can wait 2 years and do it in the time that they want to, but eventually somebody's got to do it by the deadline date.
So I had a
Of course,
question. So
go ahead.
if you pay the fine, say $7,000, and the roof's going to cost you $15,000, is that the end of it, or do you still have to put the roof on?
They still have to put the roof on.
Yeah.
And what would happen if they don't?
Then the fines get reversed, and then it starts all over again as a violation, and then it can incur a monthly fine.
Okay, I just need clarification on that.
Right.
The problem with,
I believe that's why they're requesting us to give them a permanent variance and just make all this go away. So can I, is there any more questions, or can I ask for a motion about how to handle this?
well, I just want to make sure that I understand that the real problem is that if we make this go away and we're stuck with a house in the community that has an illegal roof tile on it, and we're going to be inundated, like John was saying earlier, with homeowners who say, hey, they did it, why can't I do it?
But can I ask a question? What about all the 100 homes that had it previous to my home that have it in here still to this day? Are they in?
We have that problem all over. Yeah, we have that problem all over the community. We have our CCNRs, which were written 50 years ago, that the promise to the community about how it's supposed to operate and what it's supposed to look like. There were many years that those regulations were not enforced. And part of the documentation that we received points out that it actually went through and researched all of those cases and found that most of them were in places that were built before 1980. You're right about the shed at the pickleball courts, and the agenda item that we skipped over was all about whether the POA has to comply with the CCNRs or not. And it's actually not clear in our CCNRs, and that's another discussion item. So the pickleball court shed is kind of off the table. What we have here is you're asking us to give you a variance to violate a CCNR that we don't give to anybody. And that's really what we're facing right here. Really sorry about the situation, but that's what we've got.
Chris, this is John again. Can I ask Cheryl a question?
I don't know. Go ahead.
Okay. Cheryl, and since the roofing problem maintains with a house, I believe the reason why the boards kept the fines on there was to be able to get the roof installed. And when the roof was installed, or the tile roof installed, then the fines would go away.
John, if I can, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
okay.
Technically the fines shouldn't even be discussed in open session right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
We're just talking about whether we're going to grant them a permanent variance for not using a roof that complies with our CC&Rs. And I'm still waiting for a motion from somebody.
Okay, I'll make the motion. We uphold the decision of the board back from 2017 and leave the recording variance as is.
Do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, excuse me. Aye. Go ahead. Do I have anybody opposed? Motion carried. Sorry, we can't grant your request. Very sorry about the condition that you're in. We have an obligation to our members to uphold our CC&Rs, and that's what we are required to do.
Yeah.
Okay, good now we need
for me. Awesome.
Okay, can we go back to board comments, please? Who'd like to start? Joe, you got a yellow box around your screen. Are you ready to talk?
I was just breathing. I don't think I was talking.
No, I said Joe.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now the yellow box keeps running around here. Come on, somebody start talking.
Yeah.
Let's get this done.
Yeah.
Can we take more comments?
You can say goodnight if you want. It's so late. Come on.
My comment is
here.
good night, everybody. It's been fun.
It's been a long night.
Thank you, Jeannie.
It's been a long night, and I'm glad we got through it. And I think it was a good experience with those 2 hours with the members. I'm glad to see that. But you all have a good evening, and we'll carry on next year.
Okay.
I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Jim.
Happy holidays, Happy New Year. Hopefully 2021 will get us a better year than this last one has been. I think a lot of people are looking for 2020 to be over and get back to more of a life as normal as we get out of COVID, hopefully.
I make a motion.
I agree. But don't you want the president's comments?
I know, I just realized I did that. I haven't even eaten dinner yet.
Neither have I. So all I will say to my fellow directors is nice work. And I am proud of what we're doing. I'm proud that we talk in the open. I'm glad we've learned how to do that and not worry about what people think of us. And I think that I want to think, just to say one thing, I want to think that the level of interest that we've had in this meeting up until even this point is indicative of that our members believe that this board is acting on their behalf and interested in what we're doing. So let's continue the good work. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to everybody. See you next year. Motion to adjourn received. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yeah.
Say good night. Good night.
Wake up. Okay.
Good night.
Any opposed?
Good night.
Motion carried. Good night, everyone.
John, thanks for hanging in there.